Although, hopefully, we don't stay spread out for too long.
Hopefully.
No, it's kind of funny in the game that Biz is DMing. We very split the party at the end of last night's campaign. So I think we're gonna like run this week in two like half sessions or something like that because
I mean,
we're on totally opposite sides of the world right now.
we split our party pretty hardcore. There's two people together at this point. Everybody's soloing at the moment.
Yeah,
Everybody else is soloing.
everyone else is solo. That's pretty good.
Oh, you and me should be meeting up pretty soon.
Yeah.
And then we'll probably be up with Amon pretty quick.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So when we last left off, Ammon and Mulek had chased down the shaman. Uh, After a brief
Probably got the
conversation.
middle finger from them.
Yeah, basically. And then after that little exchange, Mulek decided to head back and fetch the rest of the party, while Ammon continued with Nama and the shaman towards the temple. Elizabeth did some things and is now looking for Mulek and Ammon. And then Covey and Cognate decided to wander off and look for rockmen, and they found a cave with some ankylosaurs and some scary mushroom things. And when they left off, Covey had imitated the sound of a predator, which scared the ankylosaurs to form sort of a defensive circle around the cave mouth. And I believe that is where we will pick up this week. So let's pull y'all over. Okay, so a few seconds go by. You notice that they all look very agitated, and they actually look like maybe they'll take a swing at you when you're up close, but you are able to get some distance and they seem to back off. So, Covey and Cognate, what would you like to do?
Heck, I don't know why we're here in the first place.
That's right, you were AFK for part of it. Basically, Covey wanted
Sleepy
to.
me.
Yeah. Covey wanted to try to track down the Rockmen, maybe learn a little more about them or where they came from. And you followed a series of footprints that followed back along the path, but then one set of the footprints branched off into this cave, and the rest sort of hit tall grass, and it was very hard to track, and you lost their track.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what we should do.
Well, this looks like an angry wall of fuck.
It
I don't
does.
think we're gonna get past it.
It's not an angry wall of fuck. It's an angry
I
wall
know.
of death.
I don't know, if I get too close,
I mean,
I'm
an
gonna
angry
get
wall
fucking
of pussy
pounded.
might be nice.
I'd say calm your
What?
tumbler, but that's distinctly for affinity, so you know.
I think unless I go in ass first, I'm not gonna survive.
What the hell?
I'm a fox.
We're literally 2 minutes into this.
So, it's been about like 30 seconds since you made the noise, and the ankylosaurs are all sort of just like barking out defensive calls and looking around and trying to figure out where the threat went.
Or is.
Or
Or will
is.
be.
Right.
Well, Cognate, do you wanna try to hide in the trees and see if they calm down? Or do you just wanna head back and wait till we can come back and maybe grab the druid?
We could do your suggestion. Not the first thing.
I'm sorry, Smirk, you're really quiet.
I will try to fix that. That better?
Yes.
Okay.
So what did you want to do?
I think just waiting here and seeing if they back off is a valid idea.
We, I think we should maybe try to find just um, see if there's a clearing somewhere around, so we're not in the clearing of very angry ankylosaurs.
I thought you said we were gonna hide in the trees.
Well, if we can find a clearing in the trees, that'd also be great. Because then, I don't know, maybe a short rest or something. Because I'm just a little bit over half health.
Do you really think it's a good idea to rest in the middle of the jungle
Oh,
with
short
one
ones.
person with you? That's a terrible idea.
I mean, we've kind of rested in the jungle before.
Yeah, well, I was in a large group.
As you guys are trying to figure out what to do, let me get a perception check from each of you.
Whew.
Covey, you hear some rustling in the trees from the direction that you made the fake noise.
Think I'm just gonna grab Cognate and book it to this little portion of tree over here.
You're attempting to grab the over 6 foot tall orc folk. Okay.
Well, I think if
I'll
you're,
just
if
go
I
along
think,
with you then.
Alright, so you are hiding behind some trees?
you want us to roll stealth?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm at disadvantage. Oh,
You are at disadvantage.
ooh.
Okay. So, after another maybe 35, 40 seconds or so, you see two shapes emerge from the tree line to the west where you made those fake noises. And they appear to be two very confused and potentially hungry allosaurs. Actual allosaurs. And they look around and they see these ankylosaurs, and they're sort of just pacing back and forth. They don't want to fuck with that.
Making out a noise, make mating calls behind them.
Minor illusion doesn't reach that far.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, no, hell no. Wait, didn't you take Spell Sniper?
No.
No.
And even then, it's only spells that make an attack roll.
Oh yeah.
So fact, they appear to just be moving back and forth.
Yeah, they're kind of like agitated. You can tell that they're looking for something, but not necessarily like trying to hunt. They definitely look intimidated by all the ankylosaurs, like they know they're outmatched.
I don't know
Nope.
how I have still held on to one of these, but I still have a hand axe. I don't know how I keep managing to pick these back up, but I'm debating the idea of just throwing it over in between them, hoping that it'll scare them enough that they'll just end up fighting each other off.
How big are they?
The allosaurs or the ankylosaurs?
Yes.
The ankylosaurs are like the size of a Hummer. They're big old nasty things. And then the allosaurs are maybe about 2/3 of the size of the T-Rex from Jurassic Park.
Okay, yeah, that's not something you want to
Why are
throw
their
in here,
tokens?
Vincent.
Why are their tokens those sizes then? They seem like they have backward sizes.
Yeah, I don't know. Those are just like sort of the D&D size categories for them. I think it's because the allosaurs are sort of slinky enough to move around in tight spaces, whereas the ankylosaurs are big and wide and flat and slow.
Okay.
How dense is the jungle, anyways?
In this clearing, it's fairly open, but like the tree line that you're hiding behind is extremely dense. It looks like it has been untouched for thousands of years.
So,
Aside
how
from lizard
many
folk
how many
orgies.
fucking trees did these dinosaurs have to break to get through here if it's that dense?
You actually can't tell if this is, you don't see a lot of broken trees or anything. You get the feeling that this is more just a natural formation, possibly
No,
related to the cave or the
like,
water.
as they're walking through the forest, because the jungle, the way you say, like the way you're putting it, it
Oh,
seems like
yeah.
it's pretty dense jungle.
Oh yeah, they made plenty of
And
noise coming through.
besides-
Plus, a lot of it's probably vines, not just trees.
Yeah, yeah. And you can definitely see that they've, like, trampled a bunch of foliage on the way out. But again, they're kind of like giant chicken things. They're pretty nimble. You get the feeling just looking at them that they are light on their feet.
Yeah, I don't think I want to stick around here. What do you think, Cognate? Those things look hungry.
Well, we're hiding. They're not going to see us. We could just keep waiting.
After a few more seconds, you see that the couple of ankylosaurs closest start to like push their way towards the allosaurs, and they start to like back off. They're taking very defensive postures.
In fact, I feel like you're trying to bait us into doing something stupid.
Oh,
I
I'm
I
just
don't appreciate it.
I'm doing what the ankylosaurs and the allosaurs would do. I have no plan.
I couldn't even do something stupid from this position. Like, if I wanted to distract them with a hand axe somehow, I would have to be way
You
closer
can
than this.
always do something stupid from whatever position you're in. Stupid is a free action.
But,
Never let anyone tell you otherwise. Never.
mm, I just want to wait and see what happens.
Sure, yeah. Does that sound good to you, Kobe?
I think if he's gonna try to throw his hand axe, I'm just gonna start
I'm
backing
not
him
gonna.
in.
You're just waiting to see.
Yeah, I think wait and see. Just to entertain the people in the stream a little longer. Just wait and see.
Alright, so another maybe 45 tense seconds go by, and the ankylosaurs continue to like bark and inch forward very aggressively, and after 45 seconds or so, the allosaurs turn and they run away. And you notice right about the time that they run away, a shadowy figure of some sort steps out into the mouth of the cave. And let's see, it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Cognate has dark vision. You can tell that this is a very large figure. It's vaguely humanoid, but it's much bigger than any human you've ever seen, and also much bulkier, chunkier. It does fairly closely resemble Rock.
Well, there does appear to be an opening there, and we could always just book it.
I don't know. They may be slow, but that's like marshy land, so that's probably. In fact, would that be difficult terrain?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So booking it isn't exactly
An
a
option.
good idea. Uh, like since he's already out in the cave a little bit, I could try to, I suppose, shout at him in Primordial, or I could, I don't know. Would he be able to hear me from this distance?
Let's see, across water, yeah, he would almost certainly be able to hear you if you yell loud enough.
So would the ankylosaurs.
Yeah, I don't think the Ankylosaurs would care too terribly, and if they did, we could probably just duck back into the trees. All right, Cognate, back up and get ready to run.
Okay.
And I'm gonna yell at the potentially rocky figure. Or I'm gonna yell at the man that I assume has very chiseled features, I should say,
Mm-hmm.
in Primordial, and say, "We don't mean you any harm. We just want to talk."
Okay. So you you yell out right as he's turning around to go back into the cave, and he hears it, and he turns and he steps out into the light, and sure enough, you see a very confused-looking rock man. And as he steps out, the ankylosaur next to him kind of just like looks at him, and then walks on past and settles back in to go to sleep. And the others sort of they're still a little tense. They're definitely not as relaxed as they were before, but they are starting to look a little more peaceful. And he walks out into this marshy little lake thing and comes a bit closer. And he's looking right at you, but he doesn't respond.
Keep
All right,
talking to him.
I suppose I'll take a step out and I'll ask him, "Can you understand me?" And I'll try it in Primordial and Common just to be safe.
He steps a little bit closer, and he responds in primordial. I can. You speak our language.
I do too.
All right. I want to know about the conflict between the Rockmen and the Lizard People.
When you say this, he gets sort of a sullen look on his face, if such a thing is even possible for a rock golem. And he just goes quiet and he says, "You're wasting your time. There's nothing you can do about it." And he turns around and he starts to saunter off back into the cave.
So the ankylosaurs have calmed down, right?
A little. They don't seem to mind him at all, but when Covey stepped forward, they are all looking at Covey. They're not being aggressive, they're not barking, but they are all paying very close attention.
Okay, I'm gonna try to yell at him again and be like, if you can tell me what's going on, I may be able to help. And if not, this information is still pretty important to my survival. I'd appreciate some information.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Did I disconnect?
Maybe? I'm not seeing it.
Okay, no.
It might just be lagging too, and we'll get like 5 all at once.
I didn't see it.
I don't even know what happened.
Oh, yeah, I said give me a persuasion roll.
Shit!
I'll shout at them. I don't know what to say here, but you're kind of the only person we know in the general vicinity. It'd be nice if we could at least talk with you for a bit, more than just over shouting.
Sure, that counts as assisting, so Covey, you can have advantage on that roll. You do actually speak primordial?
Yes.
Alright, awesome, yeah.
So.
So yeah,
I
just
think
roll
I
one more time.
rolled- Okay.
Yeah.
-5.
Pray for something better than your nat 1. Okay.
That's-
Yeah.
But I don't think I even rolled with advantage on that though.
Doesn't matter.
I like it. So yeah, at first he starts to walk away, but then he hears Cognate calling out, and he stops and he turns around and he starts to walk closer. Not really like determined, but he's got a weird look in his eye as he approaches, and the ankler sort of gives him some space to walk closer. And he trudges through the marsh very slowly, very deliberately, and he's looking at Cognate the entire time. It's like, "You're kind, so far south, you must be lost. How did you get here?"
By crashing boat.
A boat? What's a
We
boat?
got here by ship. We got here by shipwreck. A boat is a
Water floaty
Typic-
thing.
it's typically a large vessel made of wood that floats on water.
Interesting. And you travel by these? Do you not just sink through?
No, you do not sink through
the
as long as the
wood-
boat is well made.
A skilled craftsman can make a boat that does not take on water and is able to float across the water's surface, either through the use of wind to propel it forward or oars.
Which push it forward.
You don't need to get technical. It is literally as dumb as a rock.
It looks at
Says the
you.
person who tried to tell it the difference between different forms of boat mobilization.
It looks at you
Oh,
sort
that's
of inquisitively, a little bit curiously, and like with just a touch of sort of childish wonder. He's like, "Is that magic? It sounds like magic."
No, it is not magic.
No, it can be.
I've never seen that kind of magic. But either way, you are a long way from any sort of civilization that I've seen. fact, the closest I've ever seen your kind is to the east, and you're far to the west.
Or
We
trust me,
ran into some trouble.
Well, there's lots of trouble to be found around here. Nothing but trouble. That's why we exist, to deal with trouble.
Oh god, my internet's going potato. I can't understand you. Like, can you repeat that? My internet went potato.
Yeah, he says that there's lots of trouble to be found around here, and that's actually why we exist, is to deal with trouble, especially west of the mountains.
Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Because we're trying to stop some lizard people from sacrificing some people of a more fleshy variety, and they seem to think that rockmen will help. But I'm thinking if we can get your assistance, it would overall work out better.
I don't really care for all the squabbles between the lizards and you fleshy types. The lizards are a nuisance to us, but their sacrifices, we can't stop them, and honestly, we'd rather they be sacrificing than interrupting our, well, what we're protecting.
once they run out of sacrifices, what do you think they're gonna go for? Each other? They're gonna go for you.
Oh, there's no end to sacrifices. You fleshy types breed like rabbits.
They're already thinking that if they can capture one of you, then you'll make a suitable sacrifice. The
Capture
idea is
us?
already there.
It would never happen. We'd never allow ourselves to go down without a fight.
Yeah, you can go down without a fight, but doesn't mean they can't beat the shit out of you.
And if they do, we'll simply be reborn in the volcano.
And yes, now they have an infinite stream of sacrifices.
It matters not.
So them sacrificing things to their gods over and over infinitely, with an unlimited source, doesn't matter.
They do have a vendetta against you and your people.
They do.
They're, they're simply using the fleshy people as a means to an end to be rid of you.
They will never be truly rid of us. If they ever manage to muster enough strength for a formidable force, we'll simply crush them like we did so long ago.
Well, if you're so formidable, then
Why
how,
would you crush them already?
yeah, how come they're still here?
Because they're merely a pest. We don't need to go hunt all of them, we just need to protect our volcano.
And if they do manage to muster enough force, what makes you think they won't be able to take control of your volcano?
At that, he just kind of starts to laugh. He's like, lizard folk taking a whole volcano by themselves.
Have I mentioned they're trying to resurrect their gods?
And if they do, they'll simply bicker and kill each other like last time. The fire gods are unstable, chaotic, nuisances, pests, not dangerous.
Well, they seem to be pretty intent on taking over the entire region. And with how things have been going, it seems like they have the potential to do it.
And why must we always be the ones who defend this land?
Because you live here.
But don't the northerners? Why is it that every time there's a little bit of trouble coming from the west, it's always to the dragons and the rockmen, looking for help, looking for protection? What do we get in return?
Well, if you're
Allies?
protecting a land, you deserve something.
I'm I'm certain a formal alliance between the West and the dragons would be mutually beneficial. Dragons are powerful, but they're not indestructible.
The last time we allied, it cost us dearly. We'll stay on our own, thank you very much. And with that, he starts to just walk away.
Hold on. Can Rockman be charmed?
You could certainly try.
God, this
Oh my
fucking.
god.
Alright. I'm gonna cast Suggestion and try to get the Rockman to help us.
All right. What is the exact wording of your suggestion?
Um, I I would like you to help us in any way you can.
Well, that should do the trick. All right. It turns
He now becomes your sex slave.
and it looks at you. How long does that last?
8 hours?
8
Up to 8
hours.
hours of concentration, I think.
Good lord. Okay. He turns around and he looks at you and he approaches.
You were about to use that on me, so don't you dare be surprised that it has a long duration.
And he's like, "Come. We must get you to safety. The shore is probably your best bet. A ship might see you, or you could summon help from the lighthouse across the way."
We've already been to the shore and we ran into plenty of trouble there. I think our only hope is to try to get rid of the lizard men.
Very well. That is what I am made to do. I shall help you do it. Lead the way.
Do you have more people that you could bring? Are you alone in the cave?
I am alone. My companions fell in battle, so I took refuge here.
Is there anything in that cave?
Just some mold and a couple of spores. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh.
Is there anything you would want to grab from that cave before we head out?
I have no possessions.
Do you have anyone relatively nearby that would be able to help? Maybe you could take us to your dragon.
They are far, far away. It would be several days, perhaps weeks with your fleshy bodies.
Could you give us a direction and a distance?
I could. And he points, and I'm trying to think of the easiest way to do it. He points to the southeast, and I'll mark like the direction that he's pointing. Cognate, you have the survivor background, or the outlander background, right?
Wanderer.
Wanderer background, perfect. So you would be able to like very, very accurately remember the direction that he's pointing. So I will mark out the direction he's pointing, and he tells you it would be about 2 weeks in this direction, and I'll pull you back over there to show.
Ooh, what's at this new island?
Oh, that was marked out. That's the party. That's the party being the entire shipwreck crew pooling together their knowledge of the area to try and have an idea of where the fuck we should go.
Oh, okay.
So he
We
points
haven't
in,
been there.
yeah, he points in roughly that direction. Says it would be a couple weeks.
Huh.
So, Feck,
Yes.
since suggestion lasts up to 8 hours, or until I give them a command or a suggestion or whatever that sounds reasonable, if I ask him to sacrifice himself and it technically doesn't cause any lasting harm, would you let me get away with that?
Interesting. Um.
You would have to probably cast a spell.
Yeah, you would have to try and find out. You could. I mean, you're welcome to like ask him a question to try to find out, but I can't give you DM knowledge right here.
It's kind of like when Smurg keeps asking how much HP they have,
Right.
an amount, and you're allowed to ask like how badly they look hurt, but
That's what I was asking.
you no, you were asking like the exact numbers at
And
times.
then I stopped and
But,
just started going for vagaries. That'd be good enough.
All right. So he
yeah,
points.
No, and, Vagrant
Yeah, good.
direction.
Yep. He points the direction. Says about 2 weeks, and he looks at me and is like, "Shall we proceed?"
Alright, let's go. Be careful. If lizardmen see you, they will likely attack you.
Of course, that is how they behave.
Alright, I guess, and we will be heading towards their camp, so once we start getting close, just hang back.
All right. So as you guys take off, the ankylosaurus seem to relax a little bit. They huddle back up near the mouth of the cave. You actually do see the tiny little face of a baby ankylosaur poke out from around the corner as you're leaving. But then, yeah, there's about 10 minutes or so to get back to camp. And as you start to get close, you warn him to hang behind, and he does so. He simply stands motionless like a statue.
Well, he pretty much is one.
Would it help if we covered you in vines? Help
It-
you blend
Are
in?
you really?
It may, but they've learned to recognize us. I think they would probably see me if they come this close.
Fair enough. Alright, I guess we'll just head into camp then.
Alright, as you return to camp, you find everything pretty much just as you left it. There is a group of crew members spread out around the fire. You can see that they've set up some bedrolls outside the camps. The tents closest to them are all burnt down, so there's not like anywhere to stay, and honestly they probably wouldn't want to stay inside the lizard folk tents to begin with. But they've set up a makeshift camp around the fire here. Meanwhile, the lizard folk, or what remains of them, have they've all huddled around the other fire, and they look a little bit agitated, just a little bit agitated. And they give you some glares as you walk back in, but they don't really do anything to you.
Alright, can I see any of my companions around besides Cognate?
Give me a perception check.
And me?
Yes, you too.
Of course,
Shit.
all my rolls are bad today.
You don't. You see all of your crew members, but none of the other party members.
Alright, I guess I'll fill in the captain and then start heading towards start heading towards the sacrifice site because hopefully I'll meet up with someone at that point.
Alright,
And tell Cognate, hey, I'm gonna go fill these people in and then I'm gonna head that way.
okay. Yeah, as you fill him in, he says that it all sounds good. He says he feels a lot more comfortable now that several of the other lizard folk have left. He tells you that apparently a deranged lizard folk had jumped out of the jungle and was trying to talk, but it looked like his tongue had been cut off. And the shaman investigated him and sent several of the other lizard folk that were already here off towards your direction, basically, over to the east, a little bit southish. And they haven't been back for a good probably 45 minutes to an hour or so. So it's just the three that you see over by the other fire. And they feel much more comfortable not being outnumbered by the lizard folk.
I'm gonna have to ask Elizabeth about that one later.
Alright, well, we have a Rockman charmed for a good 7 hours and 50 minutes, about. I have him stashed outside the camp. If you hear some, like, rumbling sounds, that sounds like it might be a Rockman that needs help, go check it out. I'm sure some of you know how to fight. But if things go sour, then this isn't going to work out. Be prepared to run.
He's like, okay, we'll see what we can do. None of us are in great fighting shape right now, but perhaps Toady will be useful. I can try to swing an axe, but I've just been in so much pain ever since the boat. I can't explain it. It's something strange.
Well, if you can run, then that's better than nothing.
Dwarves don't run, boy.
Okay, if you can saunter.
We'll see what we can do. Alright. So do you go back and talk to the golem at all, or do you just head off on the path to the north?
I'll go fill the golem in. and I'll tell him that there might be some lizard folk around um, that might be coming from the direction we came in, and there's only about, is it 3 lizard folk in the camp?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And there's only about 3 lizard folk in the camp right now.
He gives you a nod. He's like, yes, no problem.
And I guess I'll head off towards where the shaman is supposed to be.
All right. So there's a very obvious path that you saw him leave. Or actually, I believe Aemon was the only one who actually saw him leave that way. But you do quickly pick up on hoof prints, and you're pretty sure that those are Muleks, since there aren't really any other hooves around or horses around. And go ahead and give me a survival check, each of you.
Shit!
Hopefully that's what Cognate is for.
Survival?
Yep. Okay, yes. He's able to pick up the scent pretty quickly. And eventually...
Sense and I have advantage.
Yeah, scent tracks, you know. You're able to pick it up very well. You're a very respected and accomplished tracker
Those
slash
people
hunter.
smell strongly of pot.
I think you mean blood and semen.
Elizabeth, let's cut back to you. After that little
Yes.
incident, what is your plan?
What do you mean? What incident?
What incident, indeed?
Yeah, I just started heading down the trail towards trying to follow Mulek and Ammon as
Alright.
best I can.
Are you being stealthy at all? Are you wearing a disguise?
I mean, I'm watching my back, and I've got that shield and spear on my back. But yeah, I'm not like trying to hide currently. I'm just kind of trying to be aware of anybody else that might kind of try and jump me.
Okay. Then yes. After about maybe an hour or so, Cognate, you pick up on a set of small footprints that looks pretty familiar to you. You do recognize it as probably Elizabeth's footprints.
This can't possibly end well.
It can end amazing, though. Always remember that's an option.
They do appear to be heading down the same path that you are, like you're all sort of heading to the same destination.
Well, then let's just keep going.
Alright, let's jump over to Elizabeth and Mulek for a second. After, a good amount of time, maybe 25 minutes or so, the two of you do meet in the middle. Elizabeth, you spot a Mulek walking your way, and Mulek, you spot an Elizabeth walking your way.
Do I spot Mulek or do I spot a horse?
That's true. Are you still horse? Okay.
I can't send a message and be a horse.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, cool. That's unfortunate.
No, you're not doing that. I don't care. If you ever do see it, you're not doing it.
Yeah, I walk over to him, kind of haggard because I've been walking through the woods for like several hours. I start complaining about how hot it is, how my feet hurt.
Do you want to get smacked?
Smack the bitch up.
I-
Wow.
I'm just saying, you turned into a horse for Ammon. It wouldn't kill you to do the same.
That was to get someone over there to put a halt to it. I'm not wasting more energy on a very unstealthy way to approach a break-in that we need to sneak into. Where's your disguise?
I left it in the woods. Do you need me to get it?
I'm gonna remind you of the message.
Right. Don't worry, I can make another one. It'll be easy. Is there any snakes around here? I start looking around.
I mean,
Message, by the way.
you don't see any, like, just sitting in the road next to you, but you are pretty confident that you could find some with a little bit of wandering. I mean, they might find you, but you know that there are snakes all over this jungle.
Okay. I was like, don't worry about it. We'll find one on the way. We've still got lots of time.
Is there anything else you need to find before your masterful disguise is put together?
Well, I think it would be a lot more intimidating if I had some kind of large epic mount to ride.
Stop trying to pull that bullshit.
Well, it's true. What if you were like a large scorpion, something really dangerous looking, can intimidate them into freeing the children?
Let's get your stuff gathered first, then we can work on the flare. Come on, we've probably got quite a ways to go. Let's start moving.
All right. I start kind of walking after him, and then have a piggyback ride at least. Just silence.
That sounds about right.
Just kind of like pouts a little and then trots after him.
So I guess we're a little off the. For more than one reason, we're off the beaten path a bit. A, looking for a snake to beat to death, and B, to just generally avoid being seen by any lizards who might be patrolling or around. Hooray!
Yeah, so you guys are moving a little bit slower, partially because you don't want to be spotted, and partially because Elizabeth is, like, hunting for supplies for her disguise along the way. And because of this slower pace, it takes about maybe 45 minutes before you hear some noises from the path behind you.
I
And
would be helping Elizabeth with whatever she's looking for if she ever bothered telling me what she needed.
Yeah, I'm like looking for like a snake's head, some feathers, a couple twigs, some moss, that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, I shall help with that endeavor. Anyways, noises.
yeah, go ahead and give me survival rolls, each of you, to, like, gather things.
You're gonna make me switch around this this character sheet again? You know how bad I am at finding these buttons.
Okay, so yes, Elizabeth is able to pretty quickly gather, like, twigs and moss and vines and stuff. And she does find a couple of, like, birds' nests, but she has a lot of trouble, like, getting enough feathers for an entire disguise. But Mulek finds a little stream and is able to sort of sneak up on a parrot that is bathing in the stream. And basically just grabs it and starts, well, how do you do it? How do you extract feathers from a live parrot, Mr. Druid?
This would require me to know how you extract feathers from a bird, period, other than...
Startle it really badly.
Yeah. I'm mostly just trying to figure out if you're okay with strangling this parrot to death for its feathers, or if you have a more humane way to do it.
I hadn't considered you actually saying, oh, you found a live bird. Okay, that's not gonna work. And then...
Just bound its beak and tie it up and make it a headdress. No harm required.
It's wiggling around on my head.
Yes, like the little gecko from the end of Madagascar, of course. I'm trying to think, because I know there's certain feathers that are key to flight, and then there's other feathers that are really not.
The chest feathers would probably be like the smallest, but also the least necessary.
With that roll, would I know what, like, can I just, I as a person just have no idea how birds function. I know that there are, like, feathers in the wings that are, I know there's that birds preen themselves where they pick out feathers that are kind of going bad, so
Yeah.
I kind of just do that.
Yeah, give me a nature check.
Okay. Where'd it go?
With advantage, because you're a druid.
I would sure hope a druid knows how to fucking preen a bird.
So yeah, you are not, like, particularly knowledgeable about this specific breed of parrot, but you do know that birds in general have like certain patches of feather that they can lose a little more safely. Like you definitely wouldn't want to take any from the wings, but you might be able to get some off the back or maybe like the head ornamentation or something like that.
Yeah. Gentle plucks.
Okay, so yeah, you approach and you do your best to like, be calm and soothe it as you grab it and start plucking feathers. And yeah, before you know it, you've got like a good fistful of big old colorful feathers. And you set it back down and it starts to fly off.
I don't really think I set it down more as I just sort of let go, kind of in a
Release it.
upward, in a slightly upward fashion to give it a chance to get its wings and air underneath it.
Yeah, the magic dove release. So yeah, it takes off and it flies to a nearby tree and it watches you with sort of like a scowl, as much as a bird can scowl. But yeah, you seem to have found some feathers and didn't murder a bird to get them.
I think the bird, if it were intelligent enough to comprehend this, I think it would consider itself lucky that it's not dead right now.
I mean, give it a couple levels, I could actually make a bird sentient if I wanted to. That is a spell.
So about the time that you like regroup on the main path is when you hear some footsteps coming up behind you, and likewise, Cognate and Covey, you hear some chatter coming from ahead of you on the path.
Likely Elizabeth bitching that I picked the worst colors to match her hair.
Probably. It's like these feathers are so small. Couldn't get anything bigger. They're
Cognate,
so dull
look,
too.
Cognate, look, it's a fish and a drag queen.
Do I have to hit a bitch?
I'm a bard.
I-
I'm supposed to be sarcastic.
Hearing this,
Yes, but not an asshole, you're not.
I scream, "Assassin!" and I throw a dagger at Kobe.
Give me an attack roll.
Can you even do that?
Yeah, 60's in range, I think.
I mean, come on, I would have
At
whispered it.
disadvantage.
Is it disadvantage for 60?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Alright, so Kobe, I'm assuming your AC is better than 13.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah.
Dagger just kind of like clatters around in front of him.
So you see this dagger, like, very obviously being slung towards you a little half-heartedly, and it lands like 10 feet to your right.
Alright, I'll pick it up and pocket it. Thanks for the dagger. I assume you'll have it back by the end of the hour.
You know me well.
Alright, so I'm gonna fill them in on how I have a Rockman charm, and I know where some dragons are, and that might
Remember,
be a
ask
course
him what
of
kind of
action.
dragons they are.
Yeah, I can go ask the Rockman later, but I have a Rockman. He's by the camp. He may get attacked, but I have a Rockman, so that's a thing.
I just kind of like look around, like, is he with you?
I left him outside the camp, a safe-ish distance around, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of the lizard people came across him and things happened.
Oh. Well, you're like a couple of hours away from the camp now.
Well, if the Rockman finds, if the lizardmen find the Rockman, there may be less lizard people to deal with, and we know their dragon masters are a couple weeks or so to the southeast. So if worse comes to worse, we can try to see if the dragons can help.
Well, something. Fortunately, I don't think those children have a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's the thing. But who needs children? Right.
I'm slightly
that was
inclined to
a-
agree, but at the same time,
I did do. I did tell the people in the camp that there's a Rockman slightly outside the camp, and if they start hearing some sort of tussle, either help or book it. I'm not sure if that's going to end well, but I probably don't want to be in the middle of a fight between some lizards and a rock.
Can't end any worse, really.
Alright, so what are you guys doing? I see you're dressing up for the evening.
Yes, actually, if you guys find a snake, I kind of need its head. It needs to be a big one, though.
Oh, I've got a big snake, alright.
Jesus.
I pull out my bow.
I could always help try to
You
help
can-
finding the snake parts.
I think moving closer would be a good idea, just, to facilitate conversation instead of yelling at each other from, 60 feet away.
Oh yeah, feel free to come closer. I didn't slow down.
So you need a snake head.
Yes.
Apparently.
Something large. Like, kind of make a... Like, kind of put my hands together, kind of like, a roughly human-sized head of a snake.
Quick. Only
There you go.
speak.
Yeah.
Only say the word snake.
Do you have a color preference?
Not particularly. I think that Mirschalk is green. It's the color I used last time. We should probably stick with that. Though honestly, I couldn't care less.
Well, I'm not sure if I can help with that, because if it weren't for Cognate here, I would have probably just twisted. I probably would have hung myself on a vine on the way here.
We'll get one eventually. There haven't been any big enough ones.
Yeah, I'm like slowly like picking through the feathers and like kind of trying to awkwardly stitch a headdress together.
I think Beck is still dead.
I'm back.
Oh, he's
Oh god, it's a
dead.
zombie!
I'm alive.
Ah!
So yeah, are you guys moving forward? What I miss?
Yeah, we're still
Yeah.
moving forward, still on the hunt for a snake now, I guess. And the rough goal in Mulek's head right now is God distraction, other people distraction. He sneaks into wherever the kids are and escorts them out as quick as he can.
All right.
That's my rough
Does
plan.
he fill me in on that?
Oh yeah,
plan?
that's the whole plan being laid out.
Alright, because I don't want to meta game.
I was planning on just going in there and sacrificing the children myself. So
Of course.
I'm glad you told me that. So
This is why we don't let you make the plans, Elizabeth.
yeah, as we're walking, like I've taken all eyes off of the road and I'm just like trying to stitch together this headdress and like make this costume.
Yeah.
Don't
You have
worry, I
Taylor's
told you on the
kit
camera
or
you're about to hit
like a disguise kit proficiency, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that is an int with proficiency from your disguise kit. So give me a roll for that. With disadvantage because you are traveling.
On the go costume stitching.
Wow, even like stumbling over vines and stuff, you're able to put together a pretty convincing headdress. It actually looks pretty great. You're impressed.
Cool. I put that on my head and then I start like working on like some kind of like skirt thing just out of like vines and moss and leaves and junk.
All right.
I got some junk.
All right.
Oh my god, would you please stop it? We don't need to hear about your junk and your snakes.
Who knew the bard would be making lots of terrible, sexy wordplay?
Spoony motherfucker.
All right, Smurg, what are you doing during all this? Are you leading the
I'm just-
tracking, or are you helping look
I
for
would probably
snakes?
just be walking. I would probably just be walking in front, helping, looking for snakes, stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Give me a
Because I
survival
don't
check.
have any character.
He, can he just assist mine
There we go.
or whatever?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So between the two of you, you guys are definitely able to track down like one or two snakes here and there. They're not like particularly vibrantly colored. They're sort of just like dull grays and browns and greens. But you'll continue to look with those same rolls as you travel for the next little bit. While you guys are traveling, though, let's cut over to Ammon. Ammon, it has been a few hours since you left the camp now. Probably something in the ballpark of 4 hours or so. You and Nama are still sort of hanging a little bit behind the shaman while he leads the way through the path.
Okay.
You've been doing a little bit of talking, but currently it is all quiet. And let me get a perception check from you. Okay, and let's try him. Alright, as you are walking along, you hear the sudden clang of metal, and the shaman, far ahead of you, calls out in pain, and he's looking down at his ankle, and you can see that there is some sort of trap around his ankle.
Okay.
Oh look, my token's being weird as usual.
I'm gonna. There we go. I'm gonna look around for. I mean, I guess I heard this, so I'm gonna look around for any kind of ambushers in the area. But I think that might be what the roll's for, right?
Yeah, that was the perception.
It's
And actually, we will pretty much just jump straight to initiative because we are now time sensitive.
Oh. Okay.
Attack BRB for a few minutes.
Yep, that's fine.
You know, in situation, you fine.
Why are things time sensitive?
Cause initiative, mofo.
We will find out shortly.
I don't know if you wanted us to know this, but we totally know that that person's.
Oh yeah, she'll be coming out very briefly.
Okay, dokie.
Okay, surprise round does happen first, and she succeeded. So a little ways ahead of you, you see this human woman, sort of darker skin, long black hair, covered head to toe in light armor with a big splint made of metal, sort of like studded metal along her left arm. And she is wielding this massive long sword in both hands, and she comes running out from behind a tree and lays into the shaman.
All right.
He's able to sort of duck out of the way of the first one, even being restrained, but the second one sinks straight in for a decent chunk of damage, and he calls out in pain.
Alright.
Alright, Nama reacts to this by moving yonder. And does he have a ranged weapon? I think he does. He does. He's at disadvantage from this distance, but he is going to try to huck a javelin.
Okay.
That is a miss, and that makes it the shaman's turn. Shaman is going to try to... he's actually going to change into his croc form. So he shapeshifts. He's still caught in the trap, but he's close enough to fight back. So he'll be at disadvantage, but that's okay. But yeah, she looks very well trained. You can tell that she is clearly, like, not an amateur. Like, she probably fights for a living. And she's able to pretty nimbly dodge through some of those blows and actually, like, blocks the claw swipe with her bracer on her left arm. And that makes it your turn.
Okay, move up to behind Nama, and then getting closer here, do I recognize this woman at all?
You do not. This does not look like anyone that you've seen before.
All right, I blast her.
All right.
17.
She is able to duck out of the way at the very last second. You can tell that she has
Oh.
incredibly good reflexes.
Okay,
Ninja
wow.
motherfucker.
Seeing that there is now a croc that is sort of restrained behind her, she starts to, well, she's smart enough to not run away and take an opportunity attack, so she is going to pull out a short sword, and she just starts going absolutely ham on this crocodile. The crocodile immediately shifts back into a shaman.
Wow.
We
So
can't
just
see-
laid
we
into him.
can't-
Wow.
Yeah.
We can't see those hits, by the way.
Oh, shoot, yes. Let's see. I should probably set that to public. But yeah, you can see that she is swinging ferociously with both the long sword and the short sword, and like 3 solid hits back to back to back, 1 to the face and 2 to the neck, and the shaman reverts back to his shaman form.
Is he still conscious?
Still conscious, but like clearly completely overwhelmed by this person. Let's see, that means it is now Nama's turn. Nama no longer has his javelin, so he is going to dash into range with a weapon at the ready. The shaman, what can the shaman even do from here?
He's still a bit big, by the way.
He is still quite big. He is going to reach out and cast Heat Metal.
Just hit.
Alright, so 8 fire, and how does she react? Yeah, so she takes a second to, like, flail the bracer off of her arm, and you can tell that it has dropped her ability to protect herself a little bit. And that makes it your turn.
Last first, same as the first. Hope for a better roll this time. 21.
That one absolutely sinks in. So yeah, a good solid hit. She turns and she looks at you, and she shouts in common, "Back, all of you, you monsters!" And then, unless you
Okay.
want to respond.
Yeah, I call back to her. Put down your weapons and explain yourself.
She looks a little confused for a second, and she's like, "You speak common?" But then she immediately goes back to stabbing the shaman because, like, she's surrounded by 2 angry lizard folk.
Well, if she started with hello, it wouldn't happen.
Absolutely guts the shaman, and he drops.
Still can't see him.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're still helping the lizard people at this point.
Why is that not showing up? Oh, I have the... Okay, I see why.
So, he's a warlock, right?
He is, yes. But your character does not necessarily know that.
Well, I'm just curious. What's his patron?
Ask him.
I can't.
When you get the chance.
Exactly.
Okay, Nama is not really eager to, let this person live after they just killed the shaman, who's very important.
Totally understandable.
So let's do one of these.
Feck, how thick is her plot armor?
Not particularly thick, actually. I don't think I have any NPCs that have really thick plot armor right now. They're all sort of expendable. So yeah, she, even without the bracer, is able to duck out of the way of both of those shots. And Shaman is on the ground, and that makes it Hammond's turn.
Okay. Does he look like he's like dead outright?
Not yet, but he certainly is in some trouble, especially if he doesn't get attention soon.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna blast her again because he's not safe as long as she's around there.
All right,
Oh, fuck you.
that is a good hit.
11 plus.
That's 20 damage.
9.
There you go. All right, yeah. So you hit a solid shot right to her chest, and it definitely seems to have done a severe impact. And she is looking pretty bloodied up, but she's still fighting. And she looks at you and she's like, "What's going on? How do you speak common?"
I read it in a book. How do you think? Now explain why you're here and gutting my people.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, give me your choice of persuasion or intimidation with advantage because you just wrecked her face.
Well, I think intimidation is probably the better route for that. Gives a flat T20 either way, so he goes up.
Sounds about right.
That's a 12.
That was also investigation, though.
Oh, wait, whoops. Well, then in that case, that's probably much lower than that. That's a 7.
Oh, geez, yeah. She's like a book, a lizard folk that can read, and she turns and starts swinging at Nama.
That's racist.
That is most certainly racist.
You could have just said, I'm not from around here.
Let's see. First one misses. Second one crits. Second one almost crits. We need an extra 1d6. And Nama goes down. So she's looking beat up, but she's also looking like she's doing the standard hero pose. She's in control of the situation. And she looks at you and starts to approach. And she can't quite make it to you, but she's like, "You better tell me what's going on here. How do you speak common? What are you doing here?"
Okay.
She might not have plot armor, but she just damn near rolled perfect damage.
Yeah. So I look at her and say, well, I'm trying to fix a problem they've started by capturing a bunch of people and sacrificing them. I'm trying to go and put a stop to that and convince them there's better ways. I can't really do that if you gut them.
She perks up when you mention this, and she's like, "Oh, you've heard about that then? Well, gutting them is my job, and it seems we both have the same end goal. But, why exactly are you trying to help them get to the temple if you're trying to prevent those sacrifices?"
Because the sacrifices are there. Duh.
Can you not just get there on your own?
I've never been here before. I don't know what.
Lizard folk, not from around here, who reads books and
Hold
helps escort shamans.
I misty step over to Nama and spare the dying on him.
Alright. She turns and she looks at you and she's like, "Not only do you speak common and read books and visit from somewhere that isn't here, but you control magic in a way that I've never seen a lizard folk. You are interesting, aren't you?"
Look, I'm here trying to make a difference and make this place a bit better, okay?
If you want to make this place better, perhaps we can put an end to those sacrifices. The temple is
That's what I'm
just up
trying
this
to do.
way. Just come with me and leave these to die. They'll simply go back to their old ways, and you know it.
He glares up at her and says, if I'm capable of reading a book and ascending to higher heights than the rest of my people, then they are too. And I will spare the dying on the shaman too if he's still conscious or still like passable.
Yeah, he's hanging in there.
The difference between chaotic good and lawful good.
Well, I certainly can't just let them stay alive. You know that, it's in my job description. But at the same time, you're quite interesting, and I get the sense we're not enemies. Listen, why don't we just tie them to a tree or something, and we'll go deal with the problem ourselves?
He looks down at the shaman and says, we can leave this one for now. it will delay the ceremony some time and buy us a bit of extra time to rescue the sacrifices. But this one, he kind of lifts Nam onto his shoulder, comes with us.
Very well. That works for me. It looks like he's the witch doctory type anyway. And you do get sort of like a... Throughout this entire conversation, you get the impression that she's sort of, for lack of a better term, kind of a redneck, and you're definitely getting like some racist vibes from her. She's not doing a good job of concealing it at all.
Just vibes? Really?
Just,
I never guessed.
just vibes. So while you're patching up Nama, she grabs the shaman very unceremoniously and drags him over to the tree and starts to just wrap this rope around him. And, yeah. She looks at you and she's like, "Are you ready to go?"
I will also, with a little bit of pain, I'll tear a page of my book and write a note on the shaman to leave her. I figure the rest of my eyes are coming this way eventually, so I'll leave a note on his body for him.
Right?
They're literate?
Yeah, is this note in common? What does it say? Or is it in
I
Draconic?
assume
Let me
it's
actually
the
think.
Draconic thing, but like I didn't know that there was an actual. They had a written language.
They do.
Wow, that's racist.
I love that somebody played a lizard folk on this campaign. I really do.
Okay,
Actually,
let's be
no.
honest
It
here.
is written in Catfolk.
Written in catfolk, okay.
It is written in just miscellaneous semen stains.
The catfolk do primarily speak Sylvan or Common, so probably Sylvan would
Okay.
be the closest thing to catfolk.
Yeah, that's the one. I didn't know what the actual language was, but I knew they had one, so I'm like, it's Catfolk speak, so it's Sylvan then.
All right. And do you know catfolk or
I
Sylvan?
do, yes. I had a bonus language at creation, so I chose Catfolk speak because of
Awesome.
the background.
Okay, yeah, awesome. Yeah, so that'll... Awesome. So you know Sylvan. Perfect. So you leave a note in Sylvan. What does it say?
I will type it out.
Cool,
It doesn't say
cool.
much.
All right, that's cool.
It's so nice to not be tired when there's break periods, because now instead of almost falling asleep in my chair, I can just spend the time to fill out the spells, which I've neglected on doing. Oh yeah, for stream people who don't know, I have basically every spell for the druid readied on my character sheet. Hence why I'm constantly dicking around on my turns, because I'm trying to find the spell I want to cast.
Gotcha. Yeah, for the campaign I was
Control
setting up for my siblings. My sister was playing a paladin of nature, and I started to fill out every single spell that she could know because she gets to prepare some every day. And oh god, there's too many. I can't do this.
Just pick the ones you'll probably have, and if you need a second one or new one, just fill them then.
Yeah, yeah.
You only get a few at a time anyway.
All right, so you take a moment to write the note, and she comes over and looks at the note, and she's like, "It's not in common. You aren't leaving secret messages, are you?" What's it say?
It's telling them not to kill him. Simple as that. Also saying you're racist, but that's obvious anyway.
She looks at you and it's like, "Part of my job is being racist. It's all based on facts. You guys are the ones
do your
abducting
job very
people."
well. And you seem very good at your job. You forgot your bracer, by the way.
She walks over and she picks it up, starts to strap it back on. And then she starts to walk off and she's like, "Come on, we can probably get to the temple in a day or so. I've been watching him take this trail."
Alright, I just keep Nama over my shoulder and walk after her.
Alright. So yeah, you guys walk through this jungle for maybe a good 5 or 6 hours or so. And
Gee,
yeah, it goes sort of uphill for a bit through some dense jungle, and every once in a while there's a noise of an animal from either side, and she looks pretty well prepared for all of this. And eventually, just as it's starting to get dark, she finds a nice little clearing, and she's like, "We should make camp here. We can't make it all in one night, and I need to rest up after our little skirmish. I imagine your friend could use a little bit of rest too."
is he conscious by now?
Let's find out when he got conscious. He is just now starting to come back to consciousness, and when he opens his eyes, he's startled to see that he's standing so close to the woman that was killing him, a few minutes ago in his mind.
Speaking of his mind, I whisper into his head, saying, don't worry, she's not going to harm us yet. She's actually going to try and help in a way, though she is certainly a racist.
He responds, "Are you sure we can trust her? What happened to the shaman?"
He is alive for now. I trust my comrades have found him by now. But no, we absolutely cannot trust her. We can trust her not to kill us in our sleep, at least, but not much beyond that.
He nods and is like, "Fair enough. I feel miserable. I need to rest. Perhaps we should make camp here. A little distance from her, perhaps."
That sounds good.
Alright, so she starts to lay out a bedroll, sets up a nice camp, or a little tent for herself, starts cooking some food. And she looks at you and she's like, "Do you guys need anything, or do you have your own lizard folk food?"
Just say something really sarcastic. It's like, yeah, we got plenty of baby rations.
Actually, I'm seeing what I do have in my inventory. The sports pack comes with rations, so I do have some of those. I just pull out the basic rations I have, which are the exact same shit you'd find in any human store, and say, no, paid good gold for this. I'm going to use it.
Oh, you have gold now, too. You really are curious. Did you get that off a body?
I just sigh. Say, never mind.
Alright, let's jump back to the rest of our crew. You guys travel for about 3 hours, and let me get a perception check from each of you, and Smurg, you will have advantage on this.
Stop
On
making
perception?
me tab around.
Yes, perception.
Finally, a roll that isn't sub 10.
Alright, everyone except for Mulek hears something very large rustling in the trees nearby. And, let's see. Yeah, Covey and Elizabeth both immediately recognize the bright, scaly colors of a giant snake. And it's sort of hanging from a tree, but it hasn't noticed you just yet.
And exit. And axe time.
So
But you have a trident.
Yeah, but I can throw the hand axe at it.
You can throw a trident too.
No, the trident's far too valuable to me.
Oh, do I not have a
It's
thing
your
for
bonded
this?
weapon, though.
Oh yeah, I always forget about that.
yeah, I'm surprised you haven't bonded to a hand axe for now.
So it's sort of like idly looking down the trail past you guys. You can't tell if it's noticed you just yet, but if it has, it certainly hasn't like reacted to you. It's sort of a bright yellow with some white stripes.
Yep, hand
Can
axe it.
I use? Can I see if it's like hanging from a branch, or if it's like in a just like mostly canopy?
It is actually hanging across several large branches. This thing is very large. This is like the Anaconda movie large. It's a damn big snake.
My anaconda.
How far away is it?
About as far away as you see on the map.
I want to hand axe it.
All right,
Or trident it.
yeah, Cognate wants to trident it. Let's get some initiative going then.
And I'll specifically mention that I'm not aiming directly for the head.
Sure, sure, sure.
Fuck.
Yes.
Too many goddamn buttons to tab
How
around
about you
to.
stop? What is so cumbersome about pressing buttons?
There's too many. I keep losing which button I'm supposed to push.
All right, Cognate, fire away.
Oh, I'm not a lizard folk anymore, so I can't do the.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know, orc folk. I'd read more of things of.
That sounds about right.
Oh.
Nice shot.
So yeah,
Back. If Clement bonds to it.
you basically you
Wait,
throw.
I get surprise attack on it, don't I?
Unfortunately, you do not.
Aww.
Yeah, it was not taken totally off guard. It did pretty well on its perception. So yeah, you throw the trident and it like hits the tree that it's resting on, but it goes around the tip of its tail. It's like a cartoon where it's like it just barely misses on each side. And that makes it Elizabeth's turn.
Feck,
Okay.
did you give us the snake just so Elizabeth could have a giant snake head?
No, I've had this token for like 3 weeks.
I just
Also,
step
we
back.
did say we were looking for this goddamn snake, so you know.
Yeah, you like all rolled 20s on your survival.
I step back and just like hold out my hand to Kobe, like, have my knife back now.
I'm surprised you haven't picked it out of my pocket yet, but here you go.
I've been busy. They're like wearing this headdress and shitty skirt.
Yeah, for the record, that headdress will impose disadvantage on stealth.
Okay, cool.
You look
and then,
you look very good, sweetheart.
oh, so sweet. And I'm kind of like embarrassed by this, so I just like kind of pull out my bow,
Get
but I
a
don't do
room
anything
too.
else.
We're fighting something.
All right, Kobe.
Um. Uh. Guess I'll move 30 feet and tell it its mother is fat.
Snakes are always fat when they eat things, though.
I know I ask this every single time, but they don't actually have to speak a language, right?
No.
Right.
Jesus,
They don't
that's
have to
weird and crazy, but okay.
I think
It's
I think the whole idea of it is it's just for flavor.
Right.
Yeah, they understand the intent of the message.
This snake had a wonderful childhood. Its mother was very loving.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean its mother is fat.
So what if she's fat?
Are you
She doesn't
kidding me?
conform to this world's beauty standards, and it,
I'm trying to fat shame a snake. Leave me alone.
Well, basically, when snakes eat anything, they become really fat.
seeing as you are now the closest, scrawniest, and meanest target nearby, the giant constrictor snake starts to slither its way down the tree towards you, and
soon I will be you.
begins to wrap itself all around you.
Kinky.
14?
Is that a regular constrictor snake or giant?
It is giant.
Isn't that-
It certainly is much larger than any constrictor snake you've seen
So-
before.
Do that attack roll? If my AC is higher, do I not get constricted?
Correct. Yeah, what is your AC?
16.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to just nimbly dodge out of the way of this thing as it starts to like coil itself around you. So you're sort of standing on top of the coils of a giant constrictor snake. And you are not grappled, not constricted, and you take no damage, and that makes it Mulek's turn.
Just so you know, the giant constrictor snake isn't large. It's huge.
It sure is. That means it's this big.
My turn.
Yeah.
Oh. Whew.
That's how big the snake we're fighting is.
Whew.
And I only know this because I, in a different game, I was the giant constrictor snake, literally constricting a giant.
It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
I think we need a
This is
couple
gonna
of
make
inception
quite the
runs for that.
headdress.
Ow, ow. Oh, hey, it's my turn. I mean, I know why not, but you know, why?
You know, Feck, even had my AC not been enough, I could have used cut in words.
You most certainly can.
Okay. Do, 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 do. Bad snake.
Kick its ass.
Should be enough to hit.
Yeah, this thing is big enough. It's like hitting a bus. You just don't have any difficulty hitting it at all. And you do some damage to it, and it certainly flinches, but you can tell that this thing has plenty of meat left in its fight.
Yep.
Alright, Cognate.
It's unfortunate that this is the one animal I actually have perfectly memorized. So.
Hey, Beck, if I were to cast Booming Blade, would you want me to make an attack roll and then cast a spell for damage?
Does Booming Blade do any damage on application, or is it only on the move?
Yeah, it deals the normal attack damage because I make an attack roll with
Right.
it. And that's like a melee attack roll with the weapon, and that weapon hit deals normal damage. But at higher levels, the spell does damage on hit as well.
Yeah, just cast them both at the same time. We'll work it out.
Well, I'll just do the attack roll and tell you I'm gonna do Booming Blade before I make the attack.
Yep. Yep, that's fine.
At 5th level, so basically one more level, regardless of well, whatever the level is,
Wait.
I think.
It's time for
Fifth?
shocking grasp.
You don't have a 5th level spell.
No, at when my character is at 5th level,
Oh, okay.
the melee attack deals an extra 1d8 thunder damage to the target, and the damage the
We
target
don't
takes
gotta
from
worry about
moving
that
is
right now.
increased to 2d8. I'm just filling back in.
Alright, so did I hear Shocking Grasp from Cognate?
I something weird might have gone on with one of my spells. Oh, I realized I just accidentally put a saving throw for a shocking grasp.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Yeah, Roll20 has been doing some weird stuff lately, too.
So, oh, of course, it's only 2.
It is a hit, and it does do a little bit of damage, and he looks pretty stunned by that, but you can tell that you're sort of tickling this giant snake.
I'll make it asphyxiate.
Not a word, Kobe. Not a word.
Asphyxiate is a word.
No, okay, never mind. Elizabeth, you see everything happening in front of you, and you also hear some rustling coming from your left side. And actually, with that perception roll earlier, you're able to see that it is definitely another snake.
Oh,
Snakes don't
fuck,
travel
right.
in packs.
They can just exist near each other, though.
I'm honestly like I probably like notice it, but I'm not even paying attention because I'm like just kind of embarrassed and kind of happy that Kobe said I look nice. So like I walk over to over here, and I'm gonna shoot the one that they're fighting.
Alright. That is a hit for some solid damage.
His damage.
Damn near
And-
minimum.
I'll just say I'm gonna mastermind Mulek, and I'm gonna say, "Oh, Kobe, by the way, there's another one over there. Just be careful."
I curse loudly.
Alright, Kobe. Kobe. There you go.
I'm thinking if I want to start using spell slots or not, because
Yeah, it's probably like 4 o'clock in the afternoon right now.
Alright, I guess I'll do Booming Blade on the snake.
Alright, fire away.
I gotta find my fucking weapon.
See, I'm not the only one who has problem with this character sheet. I'm just the one who complains about it every turn.
Oh shit.
You know the drill. 1d6. We made it farther into this tonight's session than last week's before we started getting crit fails. Dex save. You're good at those.
But not that good.
Yeah, apparently not. So, as you
I
try
can't even
to...
see what I rolled. It's like it's stuck on the fucking rapier attack.
You rolled a 2.
Yeah, which comes out to 9 with modifiers. So, as you are trying to lunge at this thing, spell at the ready, it basically trips you up because you're sort of standing on top of it, and it swings you way over to the other side of him and knocks you prone.
Lovely.
Alright. And seeing as it is his turn, he is going to follow up on that with a full constrict. With advantage, that's a 21.
Get wrecked.
So 17 bludgeoning damage, and you are now grappled. Unless you were going to try to do your thing.
I'm gonna try cutting words.
Alright.
Because I think that should be enough if I roll really well.
Yeah, what is that, a d6, a d4?
I think it's a D6.
Alright.
Let me check. If I can find.
d6. I trust him, he knows.
So say Ammon.
So just roll a D6.
You need a 6.
Shit.
So yeah, you try to insult its mother again as it's wrapping itself around you, but you feel it like squeeze the air out of your lungs, and you're like, "Ah, mother!" And it starts to crush at your bones for 17 bludgeoning damage, and you are now grappled. The other one starts to slither its way over. It is actually going to dash and put itself right here.
I'm literally at 1 health.
And that makes it Mulek's turn.
I suggest we kill that thing to death.
I mean, yeah, but how is the question?
With violence.
That's not an answer. It's never the answer.
Then why are you attacking it?
Because I'm not executing violence, I'm executing shillelagh. Had I heard how far away the place was, the temple, when I was in my brief period with the other lizard people?
I don't believe you overheard any conversations about that. In fact, I don't think they ever said it out loud. I mean, the shaman knew where you needed to go, and Nama knew where you needed to go, but I don't think they ever mentioned it out loud. So yeah, you're not entirely sure if the temple is like right around the corner, or if you're going to get a night's sleep or what.
Yep. And it's important to know.
Spell slots, come on.
I've used quite a few spells already, is the issue. Alrighty. What spells do I have, in fact?
This is probably where I die.
Don't worry, we got you.
How much? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how spells work. I'm getting distracted by shit in my IRL. I can't think of anything more clever to do right now, much to my dismay. So,
Alright, that is a hit. And you can tell with that hit, it is starting to look a little beat up. He's like, clearly this is a tougher fight than he bargained for. But he's still in fighting shape.
and yeah, doop.
Alright,
There we go.
Cognate.
Mm-hmm. So, it's time for Thunder Wave.
That
Is that gonna launch me along with it?
Wrong save. Constitution,
Yeah, I doubt
Constitution
it's
save.
it. Yeah, I just highly doubt that.
I'm pretty sure it's Con, if I remember correctly.
It is. I fixed. But I'm.
Yeah, we'll keep the damage roll from the first one. Oh, they're the same damage either way.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are you casting this? Let me make sure you can drag this around.
Just
Yeah, you can.
right here because that's hitting both of them.
Alright. You don't have to make the save, do you? Surely not.
They make
I
saves.
don't.
Okay.
It's on a face.
Oh, quick side note about spells.
So you have to-
A caster can decide whether or not they're included in the area effect when they cast it.
Okay, cool. That is good to know. I genuinely thought maybe he would have to take the damage here too. Yeah, Cognate, it does have to start like with one of the faces touching you, so you could like stand up here if you want to cast it there. That would be
Or
fine.
just put it above him because it's a 15-foot cube, and I'm pretty sure like
Yeah, but I think he wants to hit both of them.
Yeah, but if he does it above him, it's a 15-foot cube.
Now stay there.
Yeah,
Or-
if you
oh,
if you go
Action.
here, you won't trigger the opportunity attack. If you go here,
They're-
he'll get an opportunity. Okay,
Okay.
cool. So
but
yes,
what kind of opportunity attack can he do? He's already wrapped around the.
you get the sense that his head is still free and he could try to bite. Okay, but yeah, either way,
Opportunity attack.
that positioning works. They both need to make con saves, top and then bottom. They both fail, so they both take 8,
damage.
and
They
they
get
are
pushed back 10 feet.
pushed 10 feet away. Can you
Is that
push
even crazy?
a huge creature? How's that work?
Does it say I can't?
Yeah, it'll specify if they can't.
All right,
So they
awesome. So yeah,
get smacked.
they get smacked 10 feet back. 2 and 2.
Does that free Kobe?
Yes, he does release his grip on Kobe. And this one goes flying 10 this way.
I think, I hope you guys don't mind, but I'm gonna healing word myself as at a level 2, so I'm not fucking at 1 health.
You don't have to explain your actions to us.
Yeah, do what your character would do. All right, Elizabeth, you notice that this giant snake has just been pushed past your side.
I scream frantically and I run away.
This sounds like Elizabeth.
You can still try and be effective in a fight.
And then I shoot the one that's next to me. Look,
All right. So Mulek is almost more like under this thing than threatening it, but it does certainly count for sneak attack because he's distracted. And that hits for solid damage, and he actually is looking very bloodied. It looks like he does not have much left in him. The one to the south, though, is just pissed off.
yeah, I do yell at Ulick, just like, you got this. I'll mastermind him again.
All right. Kobe, you are no longer restrained, but you are still prone.
I'll use, it's half my movement?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll stand up, because I don't plan on moving.
All right.
I'm gonna do this. I love how this is just a bonus action.
It is amazing heal. It's weak, but it's amazing.
All right. You get some health back.
Not the greatest roll, though.
Well, being at 9 health is better at being at 1.
Actually, it's pretty average, yeah. Never mind.
And since that was just a bonus action, I'm gonna insult this snake again.
Really, you don't have anything better than that?
He doesn't have a ranged weapon ready is the issue.
No.
And no,
Yeah,
giving this thing disadvantage on its next attack is going to be very nice.
Against all odds, you see this wrought expression as this snake remembers its childhood dearly, and this one time that its mother sort of abandoned him to go, like, have some snake sex or something. And
I mean, like how snakes are abandoned by their parents almost at birth?
something like that. Either way, you can tell that you've cut to the core of this being, and he drops.
Nice.
1 HP for the fail
I literally insulted the snake to death.
with minimum damage.
All right. Anything else?
He's bonus actioned, and spent half his movement, so he can move 15 feet left.
I think I'm good where I'm at.
All right. The other one, he, Jesus. The other one is going to run over to Cognate and try to scoop him up. 18.
Fucking did.
Yeah, that-
Actually,
that
I
hits me.
think I can use cutting words as a reaction.
I really
Yep.
can.
Yep.
So I'm gonna roll a 1d6 for you.
All right.
And subtract from that attack roll?
Yep. So it'll be 18 minus whatever he rolls.
What do you need to? What does it need to get down to, Cog?
16.
Okay, so not a 1
That should be.
or not a 2.
Yeah.
I think above 2.
Well, you try to keep your little chain of insults going, but he completely ignores you and wraps himself all around Cognate for 11 bludgeoning damage. Alright, that makes it Mulek's turn.
Yeah, FYI, you don't want to be grappled.
I know. Trust me, it's happened to me before.
Anyways, yeah.
You are keeping track of your Bardic Inspiration charges, right, Kobe?
Yep.
can I still use spells when I'm grappled?
You can.
Every attack roll you make is at disadvantage.
Yeah,
though.
everything you do will be at disadvantage, but you can certainly try. Alright, so yeah, you shillelagh this thing right in the face, trying to beat it off of Cognate. And you do some solid damage. He's still going.
Because I
That-
have one spell slot left.
That +5 is really solid, and I've been rolling a steady 7 on every damage, it seems like.
Yep. Alright, Cognate, you can feel the air being crushed out of your lungs. What do you do?
Oh wait, I forgot to take the damage. Okay, so that's 10 down 15, but I still have one spell slot left. So
If you had Witch Bolt, this would be kind of an amazing time to make it hit. It'd be hard, but it'd
I
be
don't have
amazing.
Witch Bolt. I don't have
Oh.
Witch Bolt. I'm sorry, and I can't use Ice Knife because then I'd be caught in my own AOE.
Yes.
But I do have Burning Hands or Magic Missile. Feck, would I be caught? Wait, Feck. If it has an AOE, I can choose whether or not I'm a part of it, right?
Yep.
Then I
Does
can
it
use
have
Ice Knife.
uh,
Ice Knife does not have an
Um,
attack roll.
I
it
would.
does have an attack roll. First off,
Oh,
second
it
off,
does. Oh,
do
duh.
you know do what of your spells involves somatic components?
Oh, somatics when you move. Yeah. Never
Yep.
mind. Can't do that.
Let me find out if your arms are free. Well, sure. Like, presumably they're free enough to make a normal attack, so yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
he's restrained, so it would be at disadvantage. So it means they've been hindered.
What?
Restraint doesn't affect
Yeah.
somatic components in 5e.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
does
it's not.
mechanically, but
No, yeah, you're fine. You're mechanically allowed to make an attack, so mechanically you would be able to do somatic components too.
okay.
There.
Okay,
Oh, of course. It's
Yeah.
only a 10.
so yeah, you do your best to like fling an ice knife down this thing's mouth. It does miss, but then the shard explodes. Each creature within 5
Yeah.
point must succeed a dex saving throw. So presumably that would be you and the constrictor snake.
No, I'm not part of it. Remember? AOE, I can choose to not be affected by it.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see if it saves. It saves. So yeah, through a sheer stroke of luck, this ice knife just like completely misses, whiffs off to the side, and that is your action. And he can't move, so that's
Yeah.
Elizabeth's turn.
Uh,
And
I
I
kinda
have
like
spell slots on.
stunned because that looks painful, so I'm gonna take a step back.
Oh, wait. Ooh.
Damn,
Again.
son.
Damn,
Alright.
And I'm gonna mastermind cognate.
All right, Cognate,
You
you've
have
got.
advantage on your next attack roll.
Yep.
Only melee attacks though, so you'd have to stick it with your trident or something.
The trident is still like stuck in a tree
I
over
have
here
weapon
somewhere.
bond.
Oh, nice. What does that do?
you can
Uh,
resummon it.
Let me just get it back instantly.
Oh man, like Jedi summoning your
Boomerang.
lightsaber.
It's boomerang trident, baby.
Actually, less even just Jedi Force, more just magic poof.
Magic poof. Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
Takes a bonus
Shut up!
action.
It's trident boomerang.
That
Well, you can, but it is mechanically a magic poof. You could be miles away and it will instantly appear.
that seems
Then it's just
highly
traveling
applicable to many
directly-
situations.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great.
That's awesome. All right,
We're taking your weapons away. Oh no.
Kovi, you can tell that this snake also had a wonderful childhood. What do you do?
Continue to try and convince it didn't?
Well, I'm surprised Cognate didn't try to get out of that. To be
I
honest.
thought I could ice knife it.
All right. In such a case, I'm gonna use my magic initiate thingamabobber.
All right.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. Alright, no need to do that. I am gonna cast Thunder Wave.
Nice.
You're gonna get caught in this basically regardless of where he places it. You know that, right?
No, is that
No.
okay?
He's got a good place right here. Yeah. All right, so yeah, you step aside it, and you cast Thunderwave, and it goes flying back 10 feet, releases Cognate, and takes 10 thunder damage.
Thanks, man.
All right,
I
let's
can
see.
still take a bonus action, can't I?
You sure can.
Alright. Cognate, what's your health at?
19.
Right, I think I'm a little squishier, so I'm gonna heal myself then.
Okay.
All right, this thing has decided this is no longer an easy meal, and it is going to dash 60 feet to the left.
Now.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you can't do 2 spells in a turn unless one
Oh,
of them is a
right.
cantrip.
Alright, well, never mind then.
Tis the shame of spellcasting.
Even if it's a bonus action?
Yep.
It mainly applies because sorcerer has a way to turn spells that with action into bonus action,
Right.
and
they
that's
could,
why that rule exists.
right, they could theoretically like be 2 casters at once the entire game.
They'd burn out very quickly, and it just sort of. I'm not getting into this discussion. Anyways,
Alright, well then I guess
Oh,
I'm
cool.
not doing anything more.
Oh, cool. Hey, Cognate, where's your axe?
I have it.
Hand it over.
Okay.
Toss it over.
What do you want me to do?
He wants you to toss it over to him.
Yeah,
He
I know.
doesn't.
How am I?
You two are next to each other on initiative, so like you guys can like do whatever you want. You can exchange items or whatever.
Then yes, you can have the axe. How am I supposed to? What? I think this happens every time one of us tries to somebody tries to give me or just item exchange in general. What is going on?
I need to cut the thing's head off.
You can just pass somebody an item. Like,
Yeah, it's a free
Unless,
action.
are we going to? Are we planning on going after the other snake?
Yeah, that's that.
No, why?
If anyone is chasing the snake, I'll keep initiative up. Otherwise, we're good.
I'm shooting it.
Okay, cool.
Wait, actually, question.
Yeah,
Which of them is prettier?
that is a wonderful question. Let's find out. Left and
They
right.
both have a charisma of.
The one on the right, it's still a little pretty, but it's not. It's pretty ugly, actually. It rolled a -1 on charisma. The one on the left is like orange and yellow.
Charisma saves.
It's got a little bit of a nice like sheen to it. The one on the right looks like maybe it's sort of like older. It's very pallid. It almost looks like off-white eggshell sort of.
It almost looks
Okay.
like it's dead.
Yeah.
Well,
The last time you rolled charisma saving throws, you did the one on the up first and the one lower. And these are the same snakes. How dare you switch the
you
values
have a
of those rolls?
-4.
How dare you?
They-
How dare you?
Smurry, calm down.
Yeah, I'm gonna like go after the pretty one because like red and yellow kind of screams fire god to me.
Oh yeah, it sounds feasible.
Then
Are you
keep
gonna
initiative
say
up
that
now.
you? Are you gonna say that you want the other snake?
Okay, so Cognate and Mulek are like exchanging axes and starting to hack
No, we're
off the
not.
head of that one.
No.
Are
We're
you not?
going after that one. You said
It's
I
not
was
your
do-
turn,
do that if
Elizabeth.
initiative went down.
We'll keep that
Yeah.
roll when you do it, because you've already announced you're doing it. So, Cognate and Mulek, what are you guys doing?
Well, did
Uh,
Elizabeth actually saying that she wants that she wants the other one's head?
If you guys are clearly like stopping, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? We need that one.
Where the fuck
Are
did
you
she
fucking
go?
kidding me? 5, 10, 20.
Oh, there she is. She's
30.
covered by my little green circle.
How did this thing get 35 feet away from me?
60 feet of movement with a dash.
But it was right next to me before.
he does make a good point.
That was
No attack of opportunity?
I don't. Were you in melee range?
Oh, wait, I guess I did knock it back 10 feet.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's how.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if I just go.
But hey, at least no one died.
This thing literally somehow managed to. Ah!
This, you can get here
It
with
was
30 to
Thunderwave.
30. Yeah, you can totally be here 30 to 30.
I'm sorry, what are you saying, Vec?
Yeah, you can get in melee range with a dash.
I don't want to dash. I want a divine whip.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
if you
I'm
get
like,
in
I'm
range, you can
really
opportunity
irritated.
attack it.
I was really irritated about that. I
You
still
can
am.
opportunity attack.
Alright. 30. That puts me there. And then... this thing's just gonna keep running, isn't it?
Get up next to it and you can opportunity attack it.
It also can just snatch me, and that's not something I like.
Yeah, that's the point, and you'll get stuck in that place. And then we
Your
can
your
kill
health
it.
is good.
All right, Cognate.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
Well, so it's my turn, right?
Yes.
Sorry. Well, I only have cantrips and the throwing axe left now, and I'm not getting in range for the...
You also have a trident.
Oh, yeah. But I could just... Well, if I was encouraging you to do an opportunity attack, I might as well try the same. How did this only get 55 feet away from me? Hey, that's only 50.
Well, I shocked its ass off yours.
So,
And
yeah, I'm going to go there and just have the
in fact,
trident
you
at
want to
the
reveal
ready.
some more?
I'm gonna have the trident at the ready. Wait, why would I move that when I can just throw the trident?
Your call.
Beck, you want to reveal some map?
I can do that.
I feel very fulfilled as a bard
Trident!
after literally insulting something to death.
Trident!
All right, you trident it. It hits. It does some damage, and then Elizabeth shoots, does more damage, and drops. So you now have two delightful snake corpses. One of which is much prettier than the other.
How edible are these snakes?
Roll
Snakes aren't
nature.
very edible. I'll roll nature too.
Again, hand me an axe, Cognate. Or wait,
So
no,
you
you
want me to hand you the hand axe? But
Alright.
yeah, you can have the axe.
So,
oh my gosh.
Cognate and pretty much everyone can see that there's quite a bit of meat on these things. You could almost certainly carve out some rations if you're willing to sit here and chunk out, bits of meat and find some way to cure it. You've probably got a little bit of salt in your rations, so you might be able to get like 2 days worth of rations that aren't just going to spoil in a few hours. And Terwin,
I got a bottle of wine. Does that help?
not really. Terwin, though, you do have enough just general knowledge about snakes to know that usually, like, if a snake is poisonous, it has much more vibrant colors than these. These are sort of, like, uniform. They're colorful, but not, like, poisonous colorful. So you get the feeling that they're probably safe to eat.
Snakes don't have poisonous
Well, at the
flesh.
same
It's just a real weird
time,
fact.
snakes are venomous, not poisonous.
See? You know all sorts of things about snake.
And venom is only injected.
So yeah, you totally feel safe to eat these snakes. Alright, so yeah, a few minutes go by. Mulek starts to hack off one of the snake heads. It takes a little bit of effort. This thing is honestly got a massive spine to get through, and you have to do a lot of twisting.
Alright, I suppose while they're doing that, I'm gonna chunk out some of the closer snake.
Alright, so yeah, again, honestly, there's like 40 days worth of rations there if you were able to actually cure it all, but you only have enough like salt to really preserve maybe 2 days worth of rations. Welcome back, Elizabeth. Covey is cutting up the right one for a little bit of meat, and Mulek is working on getting your head off of the left one.
Awesome. I will do what I can to assist Mulek.
You can grab a sword or a knife and start cutting.
Alright, I start, take my dagger and start, peeling off big chunks of scales and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I meant more just like straight through it to help meet the gap. But
Yeah.
okay.
Why can't I pickle the meat in a bottle of wine? It's alcohol.
Let me go see if that is even a thing. But if it
I
is,
really don't think that's a thing.
actually, before I go look it up, your character can decide whether or not they want to do it, and I'll look up the results and tell you how it goes. So, would you like to try to do that?
Well, it's not like I'm gonna drink the wine, so I suppose I'll do some for salt and some for wine,
All right. So yeah,
just to be safe.
you've got like 2 days worth that is salted and cured, and the wine is enough to do like. Do you have like a bag or anything to store it in? How are you doing it? You're just like covering it in wine, or are you like stuffing it into the bottle?
I'm just gonna stuff it into the bottle, keep the cork.
Okay. So yeah, that's like another 2 days worth of rations of like sliced up snake meat in a wine bottle, and I'll tell you how that goes when you try to eat it.
Sure do love that science.
Okay, so like a good 25, 30 minutes later, you finally got the head pried off of this thing, cleaned off, most of the meat scraped from it. So you have a giant snake head. It's very pretty. It's orange and yellow and little red stripes. It is about like 4:30, maybe coming up on 5 o'clock. Sun's still up, but you can tell it'll be getting dusk pretty soon.
Awesome. Start. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty good to keep going. You guys are.
I'm ready to move on. Of course, once we make camp, I'm probably gonna like, I don't know, roll for like survival to see if I can actually pickle this properly in wine or something.
I
Right.
can't believe it, but it looks like it might actually be possible.
Yeah,
Great flavored meat. Great flavored snake meat. Part of a nutritious breakfast.
I think you need stronger alcohol, but I think it's actually possible to do what he's talking about.
Oh, what is it? Dwarven wine?
All right, so Cognate, give me a survival roll to like follow the trail successfully, and the rest of you give me perception.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Oh wait, that's persuasion.
What?
all right. So Cognate is able to lead you guys along the trail pretty easily. You're able to like find where it was after that scuffle and get back on it pretty easily. And after a while, you actually do pick up on the tracks of some lizard men. Um, and after maybe 3 hours of travel or so, you also notice a trap, a hunter's trap that has been sprung. And Elizabeth notices a tied up shaman who is unconscious. And there is a note in Sylvan attached to this tied up shaman.
I can read Sylvan.
I kind of shout, "Lucky!" and I throw the snake head into the woods, and I go and kill the lizard man.
Oh my god.
So,
What?
as you are
No!
unceremoniously.
Stop it! No, no!
Does your character actually stop her from killing a lizardman?
Well, there's a note on it. We should probably see what it says first. I can read it.
Oh, it's just gibberish. And I like
I can
throw the
read
note
it.
to you as I have like a dagger like cutting into the guy's neck a little bit.
No.
All right,
Bad
anyone-
Elizabeth.
any-
Bad. No.
Anyone who
Bad.
anyone who wants to try to stop Elizabeth from like slicing this thing's throat, give me a dex save.
A deck save?
I've stopped.
I'd say.
Oh, you have stopped? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I've
I've got the dagger very close to his neck, and I'm just like
to his deck.
All right, cool.
kind of just like, what are you waiting for? This is gonna be way better than
No.
a snake head.
Bad.
All right,
Bad.
so
No. Bad
Cognate,
Elizabeth.
you read the note, and this is what it says, and you can either tell the others or keep it to yourself, even though they've seen it. Their characters haven't.
Whatever it says somebody's found someone willing to help us. Can I tell it's from Eamon? Did he sign it or something?
I'm trying to think of any way that you would have seen his handwriting before,
I would not
I
recognize
think-
handwriting.
especially in Sylvan.
I would not recognize his handwriting either way.
I feel like if they're writing in a language that isn't Draconic, that isn't common, and isn't and
Primordial.
Sylvan, it's probably safe to assume that it's someone that knows us, or at least someone that has the interest of
Helping us.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you definitely also like have been tracking lizard folk, so like you know that whoever left this note was almost certainly lizard folk, and you also with that survival roll do notice like the signs of a battle. You see some human footprints. They look smaller but heavier, like clearly outdoor like combat boots, not just like travelers' boots or shoes.
Okay. It's whoever's left it here. It's in Sylvan, so they're not lizard folk, that's for sure. Whoever left it here said we should take care of this one and to not kill him, and that whoever left it said they found a
Well-
woman on the trail willing to help us.
That's just conflicting. I
it.
mean, we're supposed to take care of him, but also not kill him.
Here, let me see the note, please.
Okay.
Alright, it says we're going to try to free the captives. So if it's a lizard man and there's captives involved, I think we can make a reasonable assumption that this was left by our local lizard friend. Especially considering that there's no actual dead lizard folk around. There's probably someone that could speak common if it's, a woman.
Does
Or
seem reasonable. Feck, would I recognize the shaman?
Give me a wisdom check.
Oh wow, you're literally making me roll for racism.
Yeah, maybe.
Beautiful.
They all
You
look alike.
you it looks sort of familiar. You can tell it's at least like the same sort of little tribal trinkets around its neck. So you're not sure like if all these tribes have the same sort of amulets. You just know that you've seen some of those like ornaments and weird voodoo things around its neck that you saw at the old camp.
can I try a wisdom?
Sure.
check? That's just a wisdom throw, right?
Yeah, just regular old unskilled wisdom.
Fuck, I found something. This is an actual case where you can use a religion check.
Yeah, same sort of deal. Like you recognize some of the trinkets, but you're not sure if all of the lizard folk around here do it or if it was specific to that tribe. You don't really recognize
See,
the
it'd be nice
specific
if one of
shaman.
us could speak Draconic.
I speak from
Would be. But since we don't, and I kind of like raise the dagger.
No, no killing. No, do not kill Elizabeth. No, no.
You were so eager to kill them earlier.
Yeah,
Can I
because
try to
I
mage
thought they
hand
were
the
just
dagger out of
murder-happy
her?
bastards.
Can you try to what?
Can I try to mage hand the dagger out of her hand?
Not without Mage Hand Legerdemain.
Yeah.
Like, it's just too slow and obvious to do it without Arcane Trickster stuff.
Arcan tricks.
There's no reason to keep dealing with this guy. Let's just keep going.
The note said to take care of him. It's probably from Amon, so we should probably take care of him, and that does not mean kill him.
He's a sympathetic idiot. All right. I'll respect
I'm
his
fine
wishes to
with it.
not kill his kind, but I'm not gonna drag some enemy
I can
along
drag
with
it
us.
along.
I'm not going to tolerate it.
Yes, you are.
I
No,
I
no,
really
I'm
don't
not.
think that we should take him. None of us speak Draconic. Fine, we can leave his annoying corpse here, but none of us can reason with him.
I'm
And
surprisingly with Elizabeth here.
if
you
even
guys
Ammon,
try and
Taking him.
take that,
Too
if
bad
you
we're
guys-
taking him. I'm not. No.
No, he will die.
No.
There's not a question about this. It's just how long it takes for me to cave his skull in. If you untie him,
none of us can reason with
Oh,
him.
you're not
He's-
going to kill him.
If Ammon couldn't even reason with him, and they speak the same language, what
Ever
are we gonna
consider
do?
He got knocked unconscious. That's happened before. I mean, I know it's a rare medical phenomenon for somebody to be knocked unconscious, but gee, maybe if we're trying to get somewhere quickly, it's something you kind of don't want to deal with.
Alright, what would your characters do? Do what they would do?
I don't want to leave the guy in the middle of the jungle because that's never going to end well for an unconscious guy in the middle of a jungle.
So let's
I
put him
will-
out of his misery.
I will cut the
No.
vines and say, there. Now he can leave of his own accord, and I'll
Yeah,
check
when
his
he
vitals.
wakes up.
Can I like do a medicine check to see when I think he'll wake up?
Yep.
If at all.
Yeah, give me a medicine.
I'm gonna.
Wait, are you
I'm gonna-
untying him?
Yeah.
No, Mulek's not a fan of this idea. No, not. Is
Give
actively
me-
gonna stop you from doing
Yeah,
that.
give me a deck save, Mulek.
I think when you say save, you just mean check.
I don't know. You're reacting to something that sounds like save to me. Because she like reached
Okay.
for the vines with a dagger, and you're trying to stop her. Yeah. You're like, no, don't do. And it's already too
Then
late.
Then he cuts them himself.
So yeah, Elizabeth has cut the vines, and the body just sort of slumps down. And then Elizabeth starts looking it over, and she can tell that it's not dead. She can't really tell exactly when it's going to like wake up, but he's clearly alive. He's not in any urgent threat of bleeding out.
Let me take a
I
look.
can drag him along.
We're not dragging
You're
him. He'll
not
slow us
dragging
down.
him along.
I took a look.
You took a look, and you're able to see that he'll probably be awake like in 30, 45 minutes.
He's going to die in that time.
You actually see like a little bit of eye movement.
Well, I can just drag him along until he
Um,
wakes up then.
Cognate, I will smash his skull in if you try.
And I'll smash your skull in.
You couldn't do it.
That's a good. I mean, if we're going to go around killing people, we don't. I don't have a good justification here, but if you're going to start just killing people for no good reason, then I will too.
You want a good reason? I heard. Ammon was relaying back what this guy was saying. I should at least recognize this, Saab. That's why I wasn't bothering with these checks.
Oh, yeah, you saw him like up close as a horse.
Yes.
What did you roll on your whiz? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do know that this is the same shaman. Yes.
Yeah, they're not gonna take rocks at the rockmen as sacrifices. They're going to kill those children.
Oh,
This guy
well,
is
why didn't
going
you say this?
because I didn't think I need to explain that we need to kill that.
That we didn't need to kill a person that we didn't know and could have just been completely innocent in all of this. Oh, okay.
They're all part of the same tribe. Why are you assuming that this one is innocent?
I kind of looked at Cognate and then Mulek. I'm like, sarcasm aside, I think he's actually right. Mulek, we shouldn't just kill every single one of them. They may
I'm not saying I am gonna kill him, but if you start dragging him along, I'm gonna have no choice to make you leave him behind.
But if this one is responsible for the children being kidnapped, I kind of also agree with Mulek that he should probably die.
Then I would just be of the opinion leave him there, if he was going to sacrifice children.
To be honest, actually, he's probably more useful to us dead. I can do things if he's dead.
And I personally don't have qualms about caving this guy's skull in.
Fine, go
Or if you
ahead.
need the skull intact, I can crush his ribcage in as well.
Don't need
I
to be
mean,
that brutal.
we've got plenty of people with like thin little weapons. I could just stab them in the heart. That'd probably be a little less effort.
I mean, I have a trident. That's like the definition of something you impale somebody on.
But I think depriving them of one of their important shamans would
Yeah.
be beneficial to us in the long run.
Yes. Just
Yeah.
give me a moment to.
If you'd explain this, I would not want to want to help him.
So, since we're all aware that this man is clearly quite evil and responsible for the children being sacrificed, are we all okay with him dying?
Okay, go ahead.
If you're not okay with it, we can just leave him a little further in the woods. I have some
I
rope.
don't.
We can tie him up sturdily, and he can scream till some bird comes and pecks him free. But if he's dead, I think I can, assuming we can get to Ammon quickly, I can assist with freeing the children.
He's better off dead then.
All right.
Get everything off him you need before you do it. No reason to get it more bloody than it already is.
I intend to. You lot should probably start going off ahead. This could be graphic. I'll spare you the details.
I'm
We've been
gonna
fighting
stick.
corpse-eating flesh things that you think we can't handle graphic?
It's a different kind of graphic.
Yeah. Less
I'm
fun.
gonna stay and watch.
It's better
not-
to stay together in the forest.
Look, I need to change. I'm not doing it in front of 3 horny men.
Then just fucking say that. Oh my god.
I haven't made any advances.
So take the shaman. And I'll just drag him behind a couple bushes. I'll change into his clothes.
All right.
What if they don't fit you?
Whisper me a stealth roll and a deception roll. Or not deception, your disguise kit.
I'll be right back.
This conversation is very...
Those of
We've
you...
gone from like debating moral issues to I haven't made any sexual advances on you.
Those of you who are trying to peep on Elizabeth, give me a perception roll.
I'm not trying to. No.
Just everybody keep it GM for now.
Yeah, just whisper me perception rolls if you want to, like, keep an eye on Elizabeth.
No. Sounds like you only Jesus.
Zach is the one encouraging the rolls, nobody else, so.
Alright, 10 seconds left to whisper your rolls. Alright. A short time later, Elizabeth returns. And let me clarify some things.
One of you did their all, didn't you?
I mean, of course Covey did.
Oh yeah.
It's not a session if those two aren't angrily flirting at each other.
Excuse me.
Alright. Yeah, after a few minutes, Elizabeth returns in an extremely convincing costume. She looks eerily similar to the shaman that she just mutilated. She's got the whole headdress, all the garb.
She skinned him.
So, yeah.
Possibly. Not gonna say no.
Kinky.
But yeah, she just says in her normal voice, just, what do you think? Convincing?
You
I
definitely
might start
look
making like lizard man noises.
I hope you're really good at faking draconic.
That's where Ammon comes in, I'm hoping.
If he knows you skinned the lizardman shaman, that's not gonna end well.
You can say we got it off a corpse.
We'll
I mean,
keep that for later. Let's just forget any of this happened.
do you want to grab your snakehead just in case, so we at least have some plausible excuse as to why we found him dead?
That's a good idea, and I go into the woods and pick up the head again.
Holy shit, you actually did.
Alright.
Alright, let's move on before Elizabeth skins more people.
Something tells me that when I said DMing things, situations like the I haven't made any sexual advances on you aren't going to get any better in my games.
So yeah, it is about 6 o'clock. You guys still have a little bit of daylight. You're able to continue walking for a good bit. And let's see. Let's roll some things. What kind of pace are you guys making? You being stealthy, or are you running, or just normal pace?
I would go with
Why
that.
stealthy? because we're kind of all low on spell slots. A couple of us are low on health.
Also-
one health on low health though.
Also, less metagame effects. Even though those are weak, they can obviously be felt by our characters. We don't want to be spotted by these lizard guys,
Yeah.
so
Yep.
a little
Stealthy.
beaten
I vote move
path,
stealthy.
staying low, especially since we aren't hunting for disguise supplies anymore.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, give me.
Probably try not to stay too slow. We don't want to lose them.
Oh, I'm not saying we crawl to a stop, but just we shouldn't book it down the path either.
Fair enough.
Okay. Let me get a stealth roll from everyone.
Oh, damn, that was pretty good even with the disadvantage.
Yep.
Elizabeth actually has the
Stealthier than me.
lowest.
Yeah, and you are able to continue tracking while you are being stealthy.
Failed us.
I believe. What is your favorite terrain, Cognate?
My favorite terrain?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you're not ranger. You're fighter. Just kidding.
Yeah, fighter.
Dur, dur, dur,
Dur, dur, dur, dur. Yeah, I keep
Wow,
confusing.
Just because I'm a Vorkfolk, you think I'm a ranger?
No, I
Like,
swear
You're a
it's the
wanderer.
yeah, it's the wanderer background. I always assume that wanderer background means ranger. Okay, so yeah, you're able to continue down the path. You appear to evade the notice of any creepy crawlies in the jungle, and you start to head uphill, and you find a nice little clearing where you think you could possibly set up camp somewhere around like 9 o'clock. You're starting to feel real tired, a little bit exhausted, honestly.
So this is going to be a short or long rest? I'd say short.
That's up to you guys. It is like 9 o'clock in the evening and you've been traveling all day. You can certainly try to push past it, but you run the risk of exhausting yourselves.
I say short rest.
We
We-
should take a long.
We know
We're not going to
the-
make much progress in the dark.
The shaman
Yeah,
who
good
was
point.
apparently needed to start this ritual is not making it before we make it there, so we can afford to take one night.
Long rest, yeah, okay. The spell slots will be useful.
All right. Do you guys want to have a watch order?
I'll go first.
I'll go at dawn, just because I don't have dark vision. So
Yeah, I don't have dark vision.
Nobody in this group has dark vision
I
except
do.
for Cognate. Let me
Really?
finish my goddamn sentence.
God, we're
No.
fucked.
I love interrupting people.
What? Who needs dark vision in the middle of a dangerous jungle?
Who just garbage.
Okay.
Perception rolls.
We'll come back to you guys in just a second. We're going to cut back over to Ammon very briefly. Ammon, as you guys are sort of settling in for the night, the lady, Anna, she introduces herself very briefly, and she explains to you, you almost see like a weird hint of like she's trying to be polite all of a sudden, and she's like, listen, no hard feelings, I'm just doing my job. I got hired to track down some kids for Figney. Real rich dude out there. He's got lots of money and, well, money speaks. Found out they were being taken to this temple. They were being kidnapped by lizard folk. You know, I saw lizard folk. I did what I had to do.
You said I get a sense of what from her? You cut out there.
Oh, shoot. So yeah, she explains that she took on a job from...
No, I got that part. You said I get a sense of like, I thought it was like an adjective that was coming after that, but you just went into a sentence instead.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, she said she saw that the lizard folk were responsible for capturing the kids. She saw that you guys were lizard folk, and she did what came naturally. She says, like, no hard feelings, just doing my job.
If you can spare some kind of healing for my friend here, that might help things a bit.
She rummages through her bag, and she's like, well, I'm not, medicine worker or anything like that, but I've got a first aid kit. I don't know if that'll help.
It's a start.
She,
Give it here.
yeah, she tosses it over to you.
Alright, I know, like, mechanically I can't actually heal HP with this, but I will just tend to his wounds anyway.
Yep.
What
So,
do they tell you about this job anyway?
well, not a whole lot. I just know that the kids went missing about 5 or 6 days ago. They were supposed to be traveling south, and I got there and I tracked where, they had a scuffle, recognized the prints were lizard folk, tracked them all the way back here. And, Well, from there I just saw a bunch of them traveling up and down this path, and there's a temple that I passed on the way down here. There's a lot of traffic going back and forth. And it's just a hunch, but I get the feeling that's where they're going to be taken. If they're
You're
not
quite
there
right about
already.
that. Oh, I'm quite certain that they're already. Well, I'm not certain, but I mean, there's no reason to disbelieve that. So I say I'd like to go there and free the children and not have any more of my kin killed, if that's possible.
Oh, we'll see. I don't know if we're going to be able to just sneak our way into there undetected.
You best hope so. Have you seen what these people can do in a fight when they're prepared?
I know my way with a blade. I'm sure we can handle it.
Well, for your sake, I certainly hope so. What have you been paid for this anyway?
It's not very professional to discuss my contract, but it's something to the tune of 600 gold.
Lady, you got cheated.
Cheated? How much gold do you have on you?
Oh, I'm not saying I can do better offer. Hell no. I'm simply saying that for the kind of danger going to be in there, you should have been paid a lot more.
Oh, and what do you know of this temple?
Oh, not too much. This is going to be probably every lizard folk from all the nearby tribes there, plus a number of their allies. All of them very ready for things to go wrong, and very interested in protecting their sacrifices.
Until they
Suffice to
kill
say,
them.
if you plan to just go in there with blade swinging, well, let's just say they'll add another sacrifice to their pool there.
We'll see. When I passed it, it honestly didn't look that busy. I saw like one or two wandering around, but they didn't have big camps set up around it or anything. Honestly, the entire valley looked pretty clear except for the temple in the middle of it. But I guess we'll see if you're right when we get there.
Well, do you have a plan for how you're going to go about saving the captives? Or do you care about just the children?
Money talks. I don't think I can save everyone in there, but if I can find a way to get in, grab the kids, and get out, my job is done.
That works for me. As for me, I'll be going up there because I belong amongst them, and I'll be making quite a speech. And that would be a very good time to do your sneaking while they're distracted with that.
Sounds like we might be able to make this a partnership after all. Me and a lizard folk. I never would have seen that one coming.
This bitch be racist.
Almost as unexpected as reading books.
I'm just imagining Kobe being Lizard Rocky and it's like, there are lots of more things that you could imagine coming.
She takes a big bite of her jerky and sort of sits down next to her campfire and goes back to reading a bit before bed.
Make a comment about, oh wow, I didn't know you could read.
He would just go back tending to Nama and trying to glean some information from him about what they can expect tomorrow. Mentally, of course.
So yeah, he explains to you that the temple is sort of a cooperative effort between the lizard folk and the snake people, or the Yuan-Ti as he calls them. This temple was built to resurrect Mershalk, and it is essentially just a giant sacrificial center. There are multiple wings where they do different types of sacrifices, and there's a central chamber that he has never seen before, which is apparently where they will try to summon the Avatar. He says that as you guys are taken in, he will be taken back to the chamber where the kids are apparently waiting, and when the time is ready, they will be allowed into the central chamber to finish the sacrifice. Although without a shaman, he's not entirely sure what his role will be. He was originally there to be a bodyguard or a personal escort for the shaman. He really doesn't know the religious rites to do the sacrifice, so he's almost a bit worried that they'll be unwelcome when he gets to the temple.
All right. Well, I'll tell him that. Just give me what you know, and I'll try and improvise the rest from what I've known of different religions. And apart from that, how exactly are these sacrifices carried out? Like just knife through the heart, thrown into a fire pit? How's it work?
He says it differs based on, what they're sacrificing. Most of them are simply tied to this snake-like figurine and then have their throat slit, and the blood drains into a collection river, for lack of a better term, that all gets taken into the central chamber. He says that some of them are burned or put over fire. Infants are usually just laid on a table and slaughtered like that. Sometimes the pregnant women are cut open to retrieve the fetus and, sacrifice it separately. And he goes on to describe a number of horribly grotesque ways that they make their sacrifices.
They've had time to think about this to be quite imaginative, I see. I suppose the children will still be, well, I suppose depending on their ages, would be either tied to the statue or had their throats slit or burned alive.
Yeah, none of them were young enough for the newborn infant treatment, so they'll probably have one of the other standard sacrifice methods, but he won't really know until he gets there.
All right. Well, tell me what you know about the rituals, and I'll try and improvise. Never met him before.
Let's see what he knows about these rituals. Da, 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 da.
You go into exact details, just like so Emma will know what to do when the time comes.
Right. As many times as he has been there as a bodyguard, he's never really paid attention to the actual rituals themselves because he's always on the lookout for danger. The only thing he knows is that there are some ceremonial daggers and they slit their necks and it gets drained into this collection channel, and that really is it. He's unfortunately not much use.
I like how all of our negative rolls have been occurring in this session only. We've never gotten negative rolls before. I mean, nothing has gotten negative rolls before. But now we've at least 3.
He does he tells you that he feels like he's forgetting something important, but he thinks about it for 10 minutes and it's driving him crazy, but he can't remember what it is.
All right. Can I assist him? Can I just remember some religious rituals of my own and see if they ring a bell? Or jog his memory?
Yeah, sure. So you start explaining some of the religious stuff, trying to see if any of it bounces off of him, and let's see how he reacts to
Did I
it.
roll for?
Yeah, go and give me a religion check.
I thought I was proficient with this, but I'm not. Oh well, let's give it a shot. Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, you do eventually jog his memory a little bit, and you can tell he still is not an expert on the subject, but he's like, oh right, pressure plates. There's definitely some pressure plates in the temple that you need to be aware of. I really don't remember where they are, I just remember always following the shaman, so I wouldn't trigger any of them.
Understood. I'll do my best for that then.
About this time, Anna looks over and is like, what are you guys talking about over there? You're plotting?
We weren't talking at all. We were thinking.
Oh, right. Just kidding then. She says nothing. She's happily reading, and then you can hear her start to nod off and snore.
Okay. I will keep as long watch as I'm able, and then wake Nama up for the rest of it.
All right.
I don't think I need too much sleep, but when I'm passing out, I'll pass out.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. We'll do a perception for him, and if you want to give me a perception.
It's not terrible.
Okay. Yeah. Let's cut back to the main group real quick. Let me get a perception roll from you guys on your watch order.
I've gone
Okey-dokey,
blind.
Loki.
Get your pony track.
Cognate, you will have advantage on hearing and smell, so you can roll again.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Best rolls, top quality rolls.
I think I suffered some brain damage at some point.
That snake really took a lot out of you.
Alright, the night goes pretty uneventfully. All of you are able to complete a long rest. When you wake up in the morning, Elizabeth, you... let's see here.
In fact, long rest, we get our health back along with all our hit dice.
You get all of your health back. You get 2 of your hit dice back, because it's half of your level rounded down with a minimum of 1.
Okay.
And then you get all your spell slots back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So yeah, Elizabeth, you finish up your shift. Everything looks fine. You start to wake the others up. It is early in the
How many
morning.
of our hit dice back?
2 of your hit dice back.
Well, that's nice.
All right. So what is the plan? You guys just moving forward?
Yep, that's my plan.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Yeah, whatever suggestion I gave the Rockman is well past expired.
All right. And are you continuing to be stealthy?
Yeah.
All right. Give me some sneak checks.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. All right, Ammon, as you and Nama wake up, you can see that Anna is already fully ready to go, geared up, sword sharpened. And she's like, "Wake up, sleepyheads. We got to get there before they do anything terrible to those kids."
Let's move then.
All right, so you guys travel for maybe about 2 hours before you reach the crest of a hill. And from the top of this hill, you are able to look down into a valley where you think you see the temple.
So picturesque.
If it wasn't for the grass closer to the camera per se, then this would be a pretty nice picture, to be honest.
I might have to clean it up at some point. You know, for like 30 minutes in Photoshop, it does what it needs to do.
We
Very
could have
nice.
spent 45, and you didn't.
I didn't.
You
I'm so
failed
sorry.
us.
I failed you all.
How? How could you do this to us? How?
From this vantage point, though, you can see there are just a handful of lizard folk that appear to be guarding the main entrance to this place. You see one small camp that is set up sort of over on the right side of the valley, right about here. But again, it's just a small camp. You don't see a lot of traffic around this area, and Nama actually tells you that the entire valley is sort of a truce point between the snake folk and the lizards. And they've both agreed to not settle the area around the temple, just so that neither one of them tries to do anything shifty. But they do make journeys. They send their shamans and bodyguards to carry out rituals here. There's a river that appears to flow from the nearby volcano, which is still a good ways off in the distance. But it flows all the way down, pretty much directly under the temple, and then past it towards you.
Huh, that's pretty cool.
And Anna starts to make her way down the hill. There is a bit more jungle covering, and then you reach the tree line, and anything beyond this tree line is basically tall grass. And she turns to you and she says, "Perhaps we should wait for just a minute to watch their movements, see if there's an obvious opening that we could try to expose."
Look back and say, Nama and I are expected. There's no reason for him and myself to sneak. But we could even, perhaps even bring you inside and under the guise of a prisoner if you're able to hide your weapons.
She takes a look at herself and she's like, I don't know if we could hide all of this. And she is wielding like a pretty large longsword plus a short sword at their side, a couple daggers around her waist. It's like, I don't know if I'd be ready to part with them either. No offense,
Yeah,
but
that's fair. I understand. All right, but if nothing else, when Nama and I reach the gate, they'll be distracted talking to us. That might be an opportunity for you.
fair enough. I'll try sneaking around the back side if you guys want to approach the front. Maybe there's an exit back there that I could try to get into.
Certainly. And if are you familiar with many of the animals of these woods?
Uh,
Or
most
don't
of
go
my most of my work is more urban, but I've traveled enough to know of most of them. Allosaurs, dinosaurs, tigers, just your standard tropical fare.
I think to myself, like, I have no idea what an allosaurus sounds like. Uh, I was going to ask to mention some kind of like animal call to get your attention or direct your attention somewhere, but I can't think of any that would match those descriptions. But either way, I'm sure I'll be able to make some sort of thing for you to notice.
I'll keep an eye out for it. Maybe one of those bolts straight up into the air that you were using earlier.
That might draw a bit too much attention.
Ah, that's true.
I'll think of something. Don't worry.
Alright, well, I'll give you guys a head start, and then I'll sort of skulk around and see what I can find.
All right, and look, I know what you're here to do, and do what you must, but I implore you, please try to limit casualties.
I'll see what I can do. At the very least, I'll recognize you, and I should be able to recognize your friend.
All right, good. Good luck to you, though I doubt you'll need it.
Of course. Good luck to you too.
And with that, I'll just kind of make a distance myself from her a bit, and then kind of rise, so we're not exactly stealthy at all. Then just walk down the path like normal and head towards the front gate.
Alright.
And just eventually, ask Nam on the way, like, so how do we say hi and all that, and like make the right gestures. I'm sure you should know at least that, or
Yeah.
you do the talking.
Yeah, he says that he's comfortable doing all the talking. The rituals, honestly, the people standing guard out front are more there to protect the temple. They don't have any, like, secret gotchas to worry about. But if anything comes up, he'll try to introduce you as a newcomer to the tribe, explain that, you don't know all the customs.
All right.
Okay, let's see. The rest of you, let's see the stealth rolls.
Mine was awful.
It was, but as a group, you did alright. So yeah, after a short time, and by that I mean a few hours, you find yourself at the exact same clearing. You don't see anyone else. You see a lizard or a little bit of movement. You see the same camp sort of set up over to the right side, and you do see two lizard folk that are approaching towards the temple ahead of you. They look like they're. I mean, you're up pretty high. It would probably take you like a good 20 minutes running to catch up to them, but you can see them. You don't necessarily know that it is Ammon.
Well, we've got a lizard folk god with us, so I think we're good.
I'm not a god this time. Just a shaman, a mute one at that.
Alright, well, we've got a lizard folk shaman with us, so I think we're good.
Alright.
Does she get an advantage to perception since she made a very convincing disguise?
Perception?
She has
No.
she has several bonuses that I'm aware of and will deal with.
Yeah, I took the actor feat, so I have advantage on deception no matter what.
Yeah, Elizabeth is very, very good at a lot of things.
This is my element here.
I'm very good at punching things. She's very good at doing things that would not require punching things, and if go wrong, require punching things.
I'm very good at trying to be the moral compass, and also not trying to murder hope on my way through a situation. So to
Yeah,
each their own.
I don't think, God, like I can't go in there and like pretend you guys are my prisoners.
Nope.
Like,
I don't intend on that to be the plan either.
so, I mean, I'm all ears for what you guys want to do. I should be able to just walk in there, and assuming that I can find Ammon quickly, then I should be fine. But if I get questioned, there's going to be a problem.
I got 4 hours of this.
I returned to the immortals.
Oh, Mulek, you can
Here's
be my giant scorpion this time.
No.
Fuck.
You really want to see my giant scorpion?
Just no for now. Anyways, right now I think this is the best plan I can come up with. Cogme and Covey, you two stay to the brush. Make sure don't try not to get spotted, and if things are obviously going wrong, get in here as quick as you can to help us get the kids out.
Okay.
Elizabeth, you're gonna sneak in and you're gonna carry me along with you. And once we find the kids, you're gonna stealthily drop me off, and I will do my best to get them out of there.
All right, and I kind of looked at Cognate, and I'm like, I don't think he's particularly equipped for sneaking around the brush.
He doesn't have to move around. He just has to kind of stay still and not be noticed.
I mean, I could always just throw all my clothing off.
Yeah, don't do
Yeah.
that.
But then if you get stabbed, that could be a problem.
My AC,
And we don't need-
I unarmored AC is 13.
Could be worse.
Also, we don't need you bearing your wolf stench to the world.
As if I was going to do anything to hide that. I'm not
I
racist.
mean, at least the outside of your armor smells like, jungle. Hopefully.
Well, and how am I supposed to carry you in here?
Oh, come on. You should already know the answer to this question.
You get to be the steed instead.
I
What a
mean,
horrible existence.
I mean, slightly. Like, I'm not actively riding on your back or anything. You're just,
Riding in our cleavage like a pervert.
What are you thinking, though? A snake? Lizard? Don't think a dog will work.
tiny, tiny spider.
Spider? Aren't you... That seems a little delicate. Are you sure you don't want to be something with a bit more protection, just in case?
I'm fine if it gets crushed.
Alright. No. That works for me, but the other two... What are you going to do?
They're going to stay on the outskirts of the temple, and if things get wrong, they're gonna go wrong. They're gonna get in there as quick as they can, or at least keep an opening so that we can get out. I'm sure they'll be making enough noise either way for us to head their direction.
Alright. Do either of you have a way to signal if things go wrong, or cause a distraction away from yourselves?
Well, I'm a bard, so that depends on exactly what you need.
Well, if you could cause some kind of... Oh. I think I have an idea. If you can get away from the temple somewhere, somewhere around there, or off into the woods somewhere, start a fire. Something large to get people's attention. Make sure that it's far enough away that you won't get caught, and then you can sneak away and come back, and we will meet here.
I'm not entirely certain that any kind of jungle is close enough to them, is close enough to the temple to cause any concern. And even if it was, they're not exactly going to be bailing buckets out of the river to try to put it out.
Suppose. Well,
If you want to set stuff on fire, isn't that what how one of the religious things we did? The coincidence of us setting things on fire. They said it was a sign of basically Elizabeth coming.
that is true.
With the god coming, you.
I missed that part because I was at work.
Yep.
We could,
That is
Here.
what I'm doing.
well,
I'm eating popcorn currently.
I will give my bow and my quiver of arrows to Kobe, as
Give me
well
what?
as a flask of oil and some cloth. Say,
If there's anything you would like to have that you don't think you can smuggle that you'd like to have right away, if things go south, hand it to me.
Alright, I will give you my backpack then.
Okie
And I will give Covey my bow and arrow with supplies for fire arrows. If there's a problem, fire one of these as far as you can and as high as you can. We'll hopefully see it and come to your aid.
I'll just be clear. Do you want a normal arrow or a fire arrow when that happens?
Fire arrow, otherwise it probably won't be seen.
Oh, hey,
Or
look, there's a tiny stick flying through the air.
Yeah.
just keep an eye out.
Oh, hey, there's a flaming stick flying through the air. One of these is much
I
more visible
mean-
than the other.
You can also use it to possibly start some fires closer to the temple that may spark some confusion. Just give us a few hours first before you resort to that, though.
All right.
All right. And just in case you need to hide, like, give them the snake head that I've now like hollowed out. You can just wear this, and they'll hopefully leave you alone.
So long as you only stick your head out.
And not your dick.
That's important. Not your
Come on.
furry hands.
You think I'm gonna pull my pants down in the midst of a bunch of lizard people?
Yes.
Standards.
No, you
And
don't. You're with us, you don't have standards.
And a sense of self-preservation.
Is that racist?
No, that's just being
Furphobic.
presumptuous. It's being presumptuous.
All right.
Man, you guys are racist. How did that get stuck with you guys?
So, in a show of true DM neutrality, I did not hear any of that plan, so I will judge you solely based on your actions. What is everyone doing?
Excellent.
I'm turning into a spider and
Lord
then
is God in the name of Allah.
waiting for Smurg to stop interrupting me.
I give my backpack to Mulek.
All right.
And then I wild shape into the form of an itty bitty spider, and I skitter up onto Elizabeth's disguise, and try and get into some little pouch or something on the disguise to hide away in.
Sure. Yeah. There's definitely room, like even on the headdress between feathers, that you could hide.
Yeah, I
Yep.
put him on the headdress.
The place where I would have the most chance to look around but not be seen.
All right. The rest of you, namely Smurg and Covey.
Sticking to the outskirts.
All right. Are you guys approaching the temple, or are you staying like here on this overwatch?
We're gonna get a little closer, but still try to stay in the grass.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, where's the backup plan?
And Mulek and I are going to follow the two lizardmen that we saw heading towards the temple.
Straight to it, in fact. Yay.
Okay. All right. Let's see how this all pans out.
Doesn't the god deserve a much more spectacular entrance than that?
That's what I was
Elizabeth.
saying.
Elizabeth, you were literally saying you weren't the god right now.
It's true. I still stand by the fact that Spider Mount would, or like Scorpion Mount would be.
I don't know how big a giant scorpion is. I still think it's fucking tiny.
It's huge. You can
No,
ride
it
it.
isn't. No, it isn't.
Giant.
Yeah,
It's relative or
giant.
absolute though.
Yes, but a giant
Relative or
venom,
absolute.
a giant venomous snake is still small. It just upgrades from tiny.
I think giant scorpions are large.
I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah.
Oh, they are large.
They're also
Okay.
CR3, so I don't think you can do it.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen a giant scorpion.
I haven't.
All right. So the very first people to get to the temple will be Nama and Ammon. So let's go do that.
What about? Oh wait, right. I was about to say, what about the lizard? And I remembered Nama was the lizard.
Nama's the lizard.
God, you guys are racist.
No, I just
Nama.
genuinely forgot who the other girl was. I thought her name was Amma for a moment.
That's
Or
you
Nama
disgusting
for a
shitlord.
All right. As you guys approach from the south, You notice that you're being watched pretty closely by two warriors that are standing on a platform in front of the temple. As you get closer, you get the impression that this is the only entrance to the temple, at least that you can see. You might be able to find more on closer examination, but you don't see any other obvious windows or doorways. It is a stone structure. It looks very similar to like Mayan temples, sort of pyramidish but flat, chunky, squarish, boxy.
Reference to the real world -1.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I never make those.
Flagellate yourself.
So, Nama puts on an air of confidence. You get a little bit of a hint that maybe he's not fully confident in what's about to happen, but nonetheless, he makes his way up the stairs, and he gives a nod to the warriors as he walks up the stairs.
Did he like gesture for me to follow him, or like should I like give a nod to the guards too?
Yes, he is gesturing to have you follow at a short distance. He doesn't like explicitly tell you to nod to the warriors, but you can tell he's kind of just trying to play it cool.
Okay, I try to do the same thing. I just walk
So you swing dancing.
behind him up there and just give a slight nod to them and follow after Nama.
All right. Let's see. Let's roll some of these.
In fact, you didn't plan for literally every single eventuality. How are you this careless?
We're mostly in control here. We're not too far off the rails.
You don't have literally every single second planned. How dare you?
Okay. As Nama gets to the top of the stairs and starts to make his way into the temple, I need to refresh. Roll20 is being weird.
I just realized I accidentally had my mic on when I was chewing.
Just a little bit. So as Nama gets to the top of the stairs and makes his way towards the entrance, both of the shamans kind of give him a weird look, and they walk over to him, and you can hear them ask in Draconic, "Who are you? Where's your shaman?" And he turns and he looks at Ammon, and then he looks back at the shaman. He's like, "He was slain in battle on the way here. I still wanted to come and represent my tribe in the great sacrifice." They look at each other, and then they motion to the warriors, and then they look at Ammon, and they're like, "And who's he?" And Nama explains, "He is a newcomer to the tribe. I thought perhaps he might be able to fill in our shaman's stead." And rolls. They both give sort of a concerned scowl, and they grab Nama, and they motion to the guards to keep you outside for a little bit as they head into the temple and out of earshot. And they talk to each other for quite some time.
Don't forget that Nama is still under the impression that Ammon is a. I don't want to say avatar.
Avatar.
That's the wrong word.
Right, yeah, like he speaks for Mershulk.
You don't know what we talked about.
I know I don't, but as a player, remember that happens, and so does Nama.
Yeah, I do appreciate the occasional reminder because I have a terrible memory.
You think that's bad? I have literally no idea what the plan is, and I was here for it. But I'm more of a bad listener.
Alright, so, Ammon, give me a perception check.
How about that?
Okay, so they're a little too far out of earshot to hear exactly what they're saying, but you can tell just based on the tone of voice and a few words that you catch here and there that it's not going particularly well. And they actually seem a little bit upset with Nama, not just that he's bringing you. And you can... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to call out to them as they're... I kind of grasp the tone of the conversation, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm calling out to them. He fought bravely as best as he could, but our foe was too great.
As you start to raise your voice, the warriors both kind of grab you by the shoulder just to keep you restrained. But one of the shamans does look back, and he calls out, "And how are we to know that it wasn't you who led him into a trap? You come from nowhere, claim to be speaking for a god, and behave with deception and beguilement, telling us not to do sacrifices? Who exactly are you?" And the shaman like marches his way over to you.
Wait, what? Like, is this guy someone I know?
This is not anyone that you know. You get the feeling that he's sort of like reacting to what Nama has been telling you or telling him. It's like, yeah, he basically is like, who are you? Your story sounds suspicious the way that Nama has told it. You don't behave like a disciple of Mershulk. How do I know that you're not serving Sethrak?
I tell him because I believe that Sethrak is a fantastic. Not Sethrak. Sorry, Mershulk. Mershulk is a very good deity in terms of destruction, but is perhaps not the greatest source of inspiration for reconstruction of our tribe. I am a bit of a. I've had some time traveling and learned different ways of different tribes, and I believe I could provide some assistance to how we can do the or help the more non-combat related aspects of our culture.
Culture? Tribe? You know nothing of Mershulk. Mershulk doesn't give a damn about your tribe or my tribe or anyone's tribe. The only way we can hope to prosper is to get on his good side, so when he returns, he will bless us by not killing us.
Well, then I've also come to observe your sacrifices, see what they're like. I mean, was my intention from the beginning. I was very interested in how it's done, and Nama's told me many stories, and I'm genuinely curious as to how they're carried out and how they might turn Mershulk's favor.
He looks back to Nama and then to you, and he starts to like nonchalantly walk back to Nama, and he's like, "We don't allow outsiders. You must wait."
I looked at him and say, well, I at least be allowed to witness the ceremony when it occurs.
Both of the warriors like put a hand on you and start to like motion you back, and the shaman shouts back, "No outsiders. This temple is sacred."
Load up.
It is most
Oh my god, JC, a bomb.
is most unfortunate, but I understand.
Nama looks back at you and he gives sort of like a concerned nod, like, you know, he wants to make sure that you're going to be okay.
He's in range, so I will mentally tell him, I'll be right there. You keep yourself safe and try and just stay safe amongst all this. I don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, he replies, "I'll do what I can. Don't do anything too foolish. I've taken your word to heart, and at the very least, if they do need to be sacrificed, I'll try to make sure they don't suffer."
That's all I could ask of you. Good luck.
Alright, they continue to talk for another, like, 5 to 10 minutes or so, and then they make their way in, and, give me a perception check.
Okay, I will actually mention one more thing to him before he goes. Is
Yeah.
if you are in danger, just... Does he still have his javelin, or is that gone?
He did fetch his javelin back, yes.
Okay. If you're in danger, just throw it straight up in the air, and I will come running.
Alright.
And then perception check coming up.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you see them head farther in, and about maybe 5 to 6 minutes pass, and you see another lizard folk shaman approaching from the south. Cue Elizabeth.
And her little sidekick.
Who is
As
currently
I
hidden in the headdress.
Down on the steps, just trying to think of different ways to get inside.
Can we call her Elizabeth?
You absolutely can. I would be offended if you didn't.
I'm just gonna stash myself off board for the time being.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm literally bound to Elizabeth's movement at the moment.
And since this is all gonna be like pure metagamey stuff, if I'm still around, I'm gonna go make myself some more coffee.
Alright.
Coffee is for the weak.
Yeah, I walk up to the stairs and I recognize Ammon, I assume.
He's not disguised.
Yeah, you recognize Ammon. I don't believe he would recognize you unless you make yourself known.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean, he would recognize me as
do I recognize
the
the shape?
shaman.
That's actually a good point. Yeah. Yes, you would almost certainly recognize the headgear of the shaman. You might not. Yeah, you would
Should
believe
I-
it's the shaman.
Okay, I don't need to make a roll. I just believe that automatically.
Um, I'm trying to think of what would even give away. I mean, yeah, go ahead and give me. I believe it would just be perception or investigation if you're suspicious.
Nope.
Well, I did see him like tied up and like severely wounded, so to see him like back to frickin' full health now, I'm like something is a bit off.
Yeah. So yeah, investigation would be good.
Even with that roll. Ugh.
Ooh, okay. I actually have to go double check the roll. That is much better than I expected. You do actually notice that something is a little bit off. You suspect that this is not truly the shaman that you left behind.
Okay, I stand up in alarm as the shaman approaches. Not drawing weapons, of course, just like standing up surprised, and I just call out, "Brother, you let live. What? How did you survive?"
Fuck.
Yeah. Everything going through Elizabeth's head right now. It's just like, so she like just starts like rushing towards Hammond like quite quickly, and starts whispering to him in common. Just it's me, you idiot. I need your help. I can get us in, but I need you to talk for me. Just what we did last time. Tell me what to say, and I'll say it.
Do this close? Do I get the sense that like something's basically? Do I see the shaman's parts on this, or is this just like a very good disguise?
This is actually an extremely convincing disguise. You can tell because of like mannerisms and behavior that it is not the shaman, but like
I'm also
physically,
speaking to you in my normal voice.
Yeah, I can totally tell it's Elizabeth, but like, can I tell
He's
like, guys,
asking,
is that
does
like,
he see the peeled off flesh of the shaman?
yeah? Do I get a sense that like this is parts of the shaman that are like forming the disguise?
even under incredibly close scrutiny, it looks like a flawless disguise. It actually is extremely impressive. You're not sure how she made a disguise this convincing.
Okay,
Long
but I'm not
story
getting the
short,
sense
you
that she
don't
skinned.
you
I'm not
don't
getting
have
the sense
any
she skinned the
idea.
guy, right?
You don't have any idea.
Yeah, I mean, it looks, for all intents and purposes, like a perfect replica of the shaman.
Okay, all I care about is I don't notice that this is like parts of him.
Yeah.
That's the important part.
Hmm.
Okay, so I'll just give her a nod, and I'll say I'll mentally tell her this time. I'll do my best. Just take it slow.
Always do your best.
Alright, then I stand up straight and I approach the two lizards slowly. Uh, and I assume Hammond, you're
I'm behind her, a little further
Yeah.
back than usual because these guys have already told me that I'm not like welcome here.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I will like just be you're behind.
Yeah, and you definitely did notice that during that little exchange, like the one on the north was given some weird little shifty looks. Like he's like, oh, what's going on here?
Alright. Then, I don't know, how do you want to do this, Biz? Do you want to just tell me what to say and I'll say it, or should I do the talking?
You're the talker, man.
Okay.
Like we do have a link going, so I mean, like you just tell me what you want to say and I'll translate for you.
Alright, then I will say,
Through this relay of magic and trickery.
yeah, I will say something to the effect of, why have you barred the Herald of Murshulk from this temple? Stand aside.
Give me persuasion.
So, is Amon
Holy shit!
Stand aside, motherfuckers.
They look at each other and they look at you, and they're like, I'm so sorry. We weren't expecting anyone. Our shamans are inside. One moment, we'll go fetch the shamans, and we'll let you in shortly. And one of them runs off into the temple.
Best be quick.
They should have been expecting another shaman.
Oh,
While they're going, I'm gonna whisper to Elizabeth too in her head, say, if you can, ask them how that Nama be returned to us as well, unharmed.
Of course. And then I would repeat that, just say, also bring Nama to the entrance. I have words for him.
all right. Yeah, the one that's running off looks back and is like, "Yes, of course. I'll relay it."
So is Amun speaking into Elizabeth's head and translating or telling her what to say in Draconic?
Yeah, that is
Yep.
essentially what's happening. Yes. And you do notice through all of this, they are compliant and they don't seem like suspicious. But they're not immediately floored by your like Avatar of Mershulk thing. They you almost get the sense that they don't really understand the weight of what you're saying. But regardless, he does run inside to go fetch the shaman.
Alright.
The other one sort of takes a bit of a relaxed step back, but he is still given the occasional shifty look, especially at Ammon. And a couple minutes pass, and while we're doing that, let's cut over to Covey and Cognate. Let me get a perception check from each of you. You guys are essentially just huddled in some long grass near the riverbank here. You will have advantage on this one. Actually, let me build that into your character sheet real quick, because it really should just like automatically do it every time, on the off chance that
Every
it's
time.
hearing based.
On perception,
Perception?
I should always have advantage. Really,
Jesus Christ.
really, Feck. I only have advantage on smell.
Is it just smell?
Yeah.
Okay, either
And
way,
I
I
think
can.
it should be hearing
yeah.
too.
Let's see. It should do that now automatically. So anytime you do a perception check,
It should automatically come out as an advantage.
there we go. Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right. So we'll take the 6 and the 19.
Smell check.
Yeah. You smell something coming up from behind you, and you hear a little bit of rustling in the tall grass behind you.
Well, I turn around, but don't necessarily try to pounce or anything.
Right. Just to make sure you're anticipating it.
Are you gonna fill me in? Because I rolled a 9.
There's something coming up behind us.
Alright, I'll turn around and draw my rapier.
As you draw weapons, you are greeted by a figure pushing her way through the tall grass. It is a figure that neither of you have seen before. It is a woman, heavily armored, with a bracer, a long sword, and a short sword at their side. Sort of darker skin, long black hair. And she approaches cautiously. She's aware that you have weapons drawn, but she doesn't look threatened. She's like, "You two, what are you doing here?"
We're trying to rescue some kids. I think.
You
No
too.
one fills me in.
Seems like everyone wants those kids.
Yes, because everybody, most people are perfectly fine with letting the kids be sacrificed.
Hey man, kids die every day, but these are worth a lot of money. So where are they? Have you seen them?
That was me, not Smurg or one of those.
Oh, yeah, you're totally right. So she says nothing. But she does ask, so where are they? Have you seen them?
I assume they'd be in the temple.
Oh, well, no shit, Sherlock. Except whatever the fantasy RPG equivalent of that would be.
No shit, Sir Sherlock. Sir Sherlockingus.
It's no
Sir
duh.
Sherlockings.
So she asks, have you seen any other way inside?
No.
No, we're a little far away to really see much of anything. Just trying not to blow the plan of our friends.
Your friends? You have a plan?
Back up.
What's going on here?
Well, we're also looking for our lizard folk friend. He is currently traveling with someone from one of the local lizard tribes that had at one point captured us. That was not fun. I'm pretty sure that Dart has done some long-term shit to me. We were traveling on a ship, and shit went down, and we rescued some of these people through some crazy shit. I was unconscious for most of it. You'll have to ask the Wolfman here. But we found some people, and we believe the caretaker of these kids was traveling, and they were captured shortly before us.
All right, yeah, I know the rest of the story from there. You've met the caretaker, Mara?
Out of character, that was her name, right?
Yeah, that is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly who it was.
Perfect. There's a bounty for her as well. Well, what are we waiting for? If we can't get in any
Oh,
other
yeah.
way, I think we know what we have to do, right?
They're currently sneaking in and trying to come up with a covert method of getting them out, so we don't have to unnecessarily risk their lives.
I'll give it a little bit of time, but if the kids are in there, we probably don't have much time. I've been.
I have an idea.
All right.
There's a river going around it, right?
There is. It basically, if you zoom out on the map, you can kind of see the layout here, but the river cuts pretty much directly through the temple. It looks like the temple is built on top of this river.
It's moving through the river, dude.
You could certainly try. You'd have to approach and see if there's like a way in.
And I'd also probably have to get my armor off.
That would probably be wise. The whole heavy armor swimming thing is a bit tough.
It's also,
I mean,
I'll smell better that way.
Look at it this way. I'm not wearing a heavy armor, so I don't think swimming in like what leather is gonna be all that difficult, is it?
Uh,
No.
you feel pretty confident that like as long as you're not in a really strong current, you could probably handle yourself okay. And honestly, you can't even tell how deep this river is, but it certainly doesn't seem to be moving very fast.
Well, I think it'd be a good idea to at least poke at it with a stick to make sure there's not, like crocodiles and like.
Venomous snakes
Oh,
or
I know how we can
quivers
check for something in
or
there. Here, Feck. I know how we can check for something in it.
Sure, what's up?
Just I aim at the other water.
You throw your trident into the water very gracefully, and there is a splash, and your trident is in the water.
I have weapon bond. It's back to me now.
Okay. You've thrown
So
your
I don't think
trident into the water,
I don't
and
think
you
there's
have your
anything in
trident
there.
back.
I don't think there's anything
Did
that's
electrocute the
aggressive in
water?
there.
just so you guys know, you're trying to be stealthy. So
I know.
just consider that with your actions.
Nobody could have seen that from here, though.
Nobody you know of.
I mean, I honestly think invisibility is bullshit, but okay. But whatever.
This kind of makes me wish I had taken invisibility, because I could have.
There's totally a chance that there is that this is not a sheer wall that no one is looking over. So just be careful.
If you babies aren't going to do it, I guess the real man
Approach.
will have to go do it. And she starts
Can we
to
approach
trudge over towards the
what?
side of the temple.
Really? Really, Feck? We were.
She got more balls than you did.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Fuck you.
She's, yeah, go on. So what do you do?
Kobe. Get in it. Get in.
What?
Get it now. Get in the water.
Oh god. Gonna get my hair wet.
Are you kidding me?
To be fair, fact, I was the one that was slowing them down. So
It's all good.
Alright, I'm gonna tell her to wait. It's like, hey, hold up. I'm known to be pretty stealthy, and if things go wrong, I can book it the fuck out of there. Just, just calm down and watch my back if it comes to that.
She looks back at you and she's like, okay, well, hop two. We're running out of time here. And as you approach, you do see that at the very, very low side of the temple wall, there are a couple of grates that water is flowing through. The bars are really, really thin. You don't think you could just like squeeze straight through.
We could probably break the bars if they're that thin.
Um, heat metal probably wouldn't help much here.
doesn't actually melt it.
Yeah, because it just makes it hot.
Yeah, it gets hot. It would probably be more pliable, but unless you're
It would
gonna
also
like,
burn
Not
your
what-
hand.
yeah, you would really hurt to like try to bend it with your hands.
Does he need to borrow a hand axe?
You could certainly try to like use something though.
Do you need to borrow the hand axe? Or the trident?
Neither of those.
Alright, before I start hacking at them, I want to see how secure they are in the stone.
Okay.
Right? So are you getting in the water and like wading up to them?
How deep is it?
From here you can tell that the water is maybe like 3.5 feet deep. It's not terribly deep. You could definitely wade through it.
What's the bottom of it like?
It's mostly just mud, silt, gravel. Nothing terribly out of the ordinary.
Except
Can
for
I
the,
see-
piranhas.
Yeah, can I see any animals in the water?
It
Ready to do
is,
the trident check.
yeah, it is very muddy. Um, you can't really see too far through it. It's very dark water. It's very muddy.
I feel like the most D&D thing I've done this entire just campaign is throw my trident into the water.
You know what? I'll give them a rattle with Mage Hand. They probably weigh too much anyways, but I don't know. It's better than risking Piranha eating my nuts off.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're like grabbing the bar and trying to shake it?
Uh, giving it a tug with as much force as Mage Hand will allow.
Gotcha, so like 10 pounds of force.
Yeah.
Yeah, you work your way across both grates, and none of them just like come right out. They all seem pretty sturdy, except for one. This one seems to be just barely a little bit loose. It's not gonna like come right out, but you can tell that it is at least not completely solid all the way through. You get the impression that these are bars that were simply put into place along like racks. It's not all one solid piece of metal.
A-Rax.
Alright, have, have we... I don't think we formally introduced ourselves to this chick, have we?
Not yet.
If you need help tearing them off, I have rope.
I mean, I was gonna ask her since... Alright, excuse me. Since I'm assuming you're the real man in this situation, do you think you would be able to pull off any of those bars?
Pull
Yes.
off a bar. I could try, but I'm not a hero or anything crazy like that.
Yeah, I'm going to get some
One
rope
of
out
them-
and throw it to Covey.
One of them
Tie it
is...
around the bar.
Shut up!
No.
Jesus fucking Christ. And that's in character. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, one at a time. One at a time.
One of them is a little weak. I think if you can manage to pull it loose, I should be able to squeeze through.
I can see what I can do, and she starts to like wade off into the water. She's like, "Which one is it?"
Which one is it, Beck?
It's yeah, it's this one, and you pointed out to her.
Alright.
All right, so as you pointed out to her, she wades up and she starts to like rattle it really loudly, and it
No, stop.
she's like, it's not going anywhere. She can like
Yeah.
spin it freely in place, but she can't just like pull it out.
Yeah, this is going to get Resident Evil 5 soon, I bet. But here, if it's only 3.5 feet deep, then I can wade into it and give it a try. So you want an athletics check?
Do the bars go into the water?
They do.
How far down?
Maybe
Right.
about a foot. Yeah, the entire opening. The entire opening is maybe 9 feet by about 4 feet, and about 1 foot of that is underwater, and there is water like flowing out of the temple.
In fact,
And
I'm
there's-
trying to tear the bar off. You want athletics?
Yes, athletics with advantage because Anna's helping you. So yeah, try as you might, you're able to bend it just a little bit, but it doesn't just pop free. You feel like you might need a little more leverage of some sort.
I know I'll use a trident as a crowbar. Oh wait, no, this doesn't apply to crowbars.
I mean, you could certainly try if you wanted.
How, no, no, just try to picture doing that. It doesn't make any sense.
Anna looks at you and she's like, "All right, you got any other plans?"
Is it stone underneath the bars?
It is. It is like a metal, like a rack that all the bars are placed into, just like a strip of metal, and then everything around that is stone.
And there's no way to lift it or push it down?
Not that you can see. No easy way to do it. I mean, you'd have to like chisel away at stone to do it.
Wait, if Covey has heat metal, and I'm assuming my chainmail has gloves, right?
It does.
Yeah. So if he could do heat metal, then to make it pliable, then I could, as long as I have the gloves on, it kind of probably hurt, but not that much, and that would make it pretty easy to tear out.
That it would probably kind of hurt a little, but you could certainly try.
I think Feck is telling us this is probably not the way to go.
I
Oh,
don't
but
care.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm just telling you what's happening.
Go on, Covey, do it, 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 do it.
Alright. I guess I'll use one of the level 2 spell slots to heat metal and try to weaken it.
All right.
That's level 2? Oh.
All right. Cognate, that bar is glowing red hot. Anna kind of like backs off a little timid.
Should I cast a spell?
Nah,
So I know how much.
we all know what heat metal does.
There we go.
Okay. Give me. You have the advantage because that thing is molten hot. So go and roll
Okay.
one more time.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work, but you are able to bend the bar enough until the top pops out.
Yeah.
And you take.
1d4 fire damage.
How much is heat metal? It's 1d10, 1d8?
It's 2d8.
2d8. You were
But this is
prepped
also
for it.
going through my.
Right, you were
It's
prepped
also
for
going
it.
through
You were
my-
wearing protection. We're gonna cut that in half. So you
1d6.
effectively have resistance against this. So 4 fire damage because you did it quickly.
Okay.
All right, the bar is free. You toss
Alright,
it
can
into
I
the water
squeeze
and it
through?
sizzles. It does
Can
look
I
wide
squeeze
enough
through?
now that all of you could fit through with a little bit of finagling.
You could fit me in?
Yeah, the opening is about
Alright.
4 feet wide by 4 feet wide at this point.
Oh, okay.
How dark is it?
Extremely dark inside of there. You can't see anything.
Cognate should probably go first then.
Okay.
Who broke my? Why'd you delete my? Oh, you're actually just deleting the bar.
Yeah.
Never mind.
What?
I was trying to scribble out the bar.
All right, let's see how much time has passed. Let me see if I need to resolve the other things real quick. All right, before you guys poke your head in there, let's jump back to the front door. All right, after probably a good 6 or 7 minutes, longer than you feel it should have taken, just based on distance alone, the warrior and one of the shamans come back out front, and the warrior stands aside, and the shaman approaches you, Elizabeth, and asks, and we'll just skip all the translation stuff because Amun is in earshot. And then the shaman is like, "Who are you, and what tribe do you hail from?"
Repeat whatever Ammon tells me.
Assisted
Yes.
intelligence check.
Soon he got the name of the shaman at some point.
I'm not sure the name. I probably know the name of the tribe from it. Nama.
In the time that you spent there learning like the shield mastery and stuff, you definitely would have learned the name of the tribe, and I don't have one handy, but we'll just say that you know whatever it is.
Blarg.
Okay.
The tribe of Blarg.
And
Stephen F. Stevenston.
yeah, you probably would have got the shaman's name as well, so you are able to mimic the name of the shaman and the tribe.
Okay.
So he looks at you, and he's like, "I was told that you fell in combat. What happened?"
Mirshulk spoke to me. He has rose me from the dead to deliver a message.
A message, and what is that?
He's grown tired of our sacrifices. They're weak and no longer satisfy his thirst.
Alright, roll me deception. Do you normally have advantage on this?
Technically, I get advantage when I'm trying to impersonate people. I don't know
Okay.
if that applies here or not.
Yes,
I'm not
but
trying to convince you who you are.
it is going to cancel out with another factor, so just give me deception normally.
Damn.
Solid.
Okay, he looks at you with a really confused face, and he says, "This is interesting. I'm not sure how to proceed, but at the very least, you have permission to enter. We'll see things figured out once we get inside." And he steps aside for you.
Alright. Then I will follow inside. Or head inside.
I follow behind her, unless I have a problem with that.
Before that, I will, though, ask, where's Nama? We're instructed to bring him here.
He is inside. He's waiting in the central chamber.
I nod.
I don't like the sound of that.
Head towards.
I don't either. Oh, this is a trap if I've ever seen one.
Well, good luck to us.
Blindly forward we go.
Yeah.
I love how Cognate and I have just completely deviated from the plan.
Don't worry, this is how every plan in D&D works.
The plans
There's a
in D&D
split-
don't work.
So that's how they work. The
Yeah.
party comes up with a plan. They break into position. About 5 seconds later, someone says, "Eh, fuck it," and goes along.
And then
Goes
everything
and
burns
goes
to the ground.
and goes improvise it.
Rain of fire and brimstone.
Calm yourself.
No.
Move along.
Please.
Yeah, I'm moving as fast as Am is. I'm not having him out of, like,
Earshot.
arm's distance from me.
Okay, sorry, let's see, let me catch up. Yeah, as you start to make your way into the hallway, close. You're quickly greeted by a large stone mural that is lit by torches on the wall. The stone walls all around you are decorated with chiseled snakes, fire, volcanoes, and all the normal trappings of a sacrifice of fire and blood and snakes, and, that sort of thing.
Blood, death, vengeance, etc., etc. Oh, that thingy.
That thing. I actually have, like, a mural this time.
And that's like actually imprinted on this.
Yeah, that is actually imprinted on the big red thing. Yes, exactly.
Gotcha. Because I'm there, I can see it. Yay.
Yeah. At some point, you might. So yeah, as you guys walk past onto the backside, you can see it's not quite as, like, ornately decorated. It doesn't look like a giant work of art, but you do see more casual, like, snake patterns. A lot of the snakes on the backside have pretty large rubies inlaid where their eyes would be. And then there's a hallway heading deeper into the temple. Yeah, what's up?
Contain your sploosh. Contain your sploosh.
There's an archway, and just past the archway, as you walk inside, you see two doorways, one on your left and one on your right. The doors are really more just bamboo rods that are wrapped in vine and suspended from the ceiling. Sorry, the kitten is climbing all over my keyboard. And they appear to swing freely from the ceiling, almost like a hippie bead curtain sort of deal. It's not really a solid door. And then at the far end of the room, there is a basin. Looks like it's made of some sort of metal. And next to the basin is a snake statue with its mouth open.
Before we go on, I touch Elizabeth's shoulder and say, "Wait. Keep your eyes open. There are pressure plates in here that shamans are trained to avoid, and you would not know where they are."
Thank you for the warning. Can I do a check to see if I can spot any of them?
You sure can. Give me perception.
Thumb.
All right, You don't see any ahead of you, but as you take a cursory glance back, you do see one tile over here that looks a little suspicious.
Okay. I'm going to make a mental note of that tile
Mm-hmm.
and just mention to Ammon, there's one over there.
That's good. Be careful.
While you are looking around, you also notice that the snake statue next to the basin has teeth that look like they're made of metal. It definitely looks like a different material than the rest of the statue. The rest of the statue looks like just stone.
Can I tell what kind of metal?
Sorry, say again?
Can I tell what kind of metal?
From here, no, but as you approach, you can see that it is probably just standard iron, maybe like really shiny copper of some sort, and it is sharpened to a point. And you can also see as you get closer that the fangs, the metal fangs, are covered in blood.
I
Lovely.
whispered to her in her head. Nama told me of some of their rituals for sacrifice. I believe this may be one of their sacrificial devices.
Chompy chompy.
Yeah. Let's avoid that one. Do you know where the central chamber is? Did he tell you how to get there?
He did not.
You do notice, as you're talking, footsteps behind you, as the shaman is sort of coming up behind you.
Okay.
I'm guessing they're all doing this mentally.
Definitely mentally. And gonna step forward cautiously towards the doors and kind of like peek in.
All right. The shaman is sort of giving you some room, given like a really, like he's clearly keeping an eye on you and he wants to see what you do.
So, yeah, I'll go in through the lower chamber.
One quick comment. I would, if possible, ask him to take us to Nama. I mean,
Okay.
he might say, counter that, but I mean, this is kind of unusual.
Yeah. He looks at you and he's like, surely you're trained in our rituals. You've been serving at this temple for many years. You know the way to the inner circle.
That was Ammon that asked, not Elizabeth.
I asked her to ask
asked.
for me.
I would have asked.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Hey, man.
yeah, basically anything that he says in Draconic, I just instinctively will say. Because fuck knows what he's saying. So, he says that, then I'm gonna be like, well, thanks, douchebag. And I'll just, say, before that, where are the sacrifices being held?
He looks at you and he's like, all around you. The whole temple serves as a sacrificial altar. Each room for different types of sacrifices.
I know that, idiot. I'm saying, where are the current batch being held? What room are we sacrificing?
I think he means there's more, and there's some in every room. We need to be more specific as to which ones we're looking for.
The young ones. They're the ones I was to sacrifice today.
Okay,
The small ones, the short ones, the ones with actually have nothing to do with look-like characters. So, the small one.
Alright, he looks at you very, very inquisitively, and you can see him reaching for his spellcasting focus, and it's like, we sacrifice the small ones in the room to their left, but that room is off limits, and lizard folk don't perform those sacrifices. Surely you should know this. And it appears that our suspicions were correct, and it is initiative time.
Quick, wait,
Okay.
wait.
Alright, go ahead.
Tell him real quickly that, of course, that's why you're going for them, because Mersh Hulk is most displeased with those. And he wishes to go and inform him of that.
Yeah, I repeat that word for word.
Mershur, there's no way. We have the most recent orders to perform these sacrifices. We even have a new method for them. Surely he would not change his mind so quickly.
Dare
Did
you question
his
Rochelle?
will? He raised the dead, and he spoke before my tribe. I'm sure Nama told you of his appearance.
It's not that we question his will, it's that we're getting two conflicting reports of his will, and to put it bluntly, one is a lot more convincing than the other.
And where is the other report coming from?
In the central chamber. You know how to get there, right? And he casts a spell. And it is definitely initiative time.
What's he casting?
It is.
Do we not get to do anything?
You guys will be catching up pretty soon. We're getting like the timelines lined up real quick.
Probably if we be next to initiative or next to Elizabeth, because that's where he'd be.
Yep, that's fine. You can do an Arcana check to try to recognize the spell he's casting, if
Does
you'd
he
like.
have a disadvantage because he's casting it through the little bamboo things?
Oh, I fucking.
The bamboo doors are on like the north and south walls here.
Oh.
Yeah, this is just
What
like
are the
a
little dots?
stone archway.
Oh.
Okay, so let's see. Descending
Yeah,
order.
I told you.
So yeah, we did Arcana. Ammon, you've seen this before during your training. You can tell that this is about to be an entangle spell.
Oh, thank God.
And
Whisper to her, entangle. With your legs.
yep.
You guys really shouldn't have kept at talking and just started moving.
Too late now.
Unfortunately.
It,
Also,
part
at
of,
the same time, I whispered to her, this one is too far gone, too devoted to Mershulk. I'm afraid you have little choice here.
Alright.
Why did Mulek roll initiative?
Mulek is
'Cause
a
I'm-
spider on Elizabeth's head
Oh,
right now.
Right. Right. I
I'm a
forgot
part of
about
the
that.
situation.
I
As a veteran rogue, I was cringing the whole time at this exchange. Oh.
these are so I can't see through these bamboo slots, right?
You certainly could, but not from where you're currently standing. It's just a little too dark on the other side. But you probably could if you got closer, and you can definitely like smell and hear through them. From the south, you're getting just the smell of blood, and through the north, you're getting a mix of like blood and feces and mold.
That's pleasant.
Man, I bet you're regretting giving me your bow. Not that you could have hidden it, but
Okay.
I have a dagger in my belt. She can take that.
God, this sucks. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to like keep this going for a while, but I'm not gonna be able to.
Hey, if we're quiet enough,
You
might be able to do it. This is the only witness we have so far.
Yeah,
Can't
but I don't
talk
have
so. Sorry, go on.
I don't have a way to get rid of the body.
Well, that's fine. We just need to keep it hidden for a little while.
All right. Shit. Okay, fine. I'm gonna run up and just. Actually, I'm gonna hold until after Ammon's turn. I'm gonna delay my initiative.
Yep. All right, Ammon, you're up.
All right. Well, this guy needs to die. Out of curiosity, how loud are my Eldritch Blast?
Does it have a herbal component?
That is a good question. Let me check real quick.
Totally.
I don't think the verbal component actually needs to be loud in the first
It-
place.
It needs to be clearly audible.
Yeah, it trust me, needs to be loud.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to cast it sneakily, and I do have like rules for that, so you're certainly allowed to try to do it at like the lowest tone possible. But there's a chance that it will fail or just will be heard. As for the spell itself, a beam of crackling energy. We're gonna go with
Pretty
like
loud,
yeah, it's pretty loud.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna. I let Elizabeth take the dagger from my belt if she wants to, and I am rushing forward to tear this guy's throat with my teeth.
All
I still
right,
got my dagger, so.
So here goes nothing. Hopefully I don't get too many more of these guys because I can't do a lot. But here goes nothing. 16.
It does have a
All right,
build.
that is a hit, and as you grab it by the throat, you can hear him like trying to squeak out a call for help, but you like chomp down on his larynx quickly and sort of stifle it. So he's like sort of gurgling and trying to fight you off, but you have, for the moment, prevented him from calling for help. And now it is Elizabeth's turn.
To rush forward and kidney shank.
Yeah, I'm gonna rush forward and kidney shank him.
All right. That is a miss. Without the crit, unfortunately.
Uh,
Quietly
I'm going
mastermind.
Yeah, I'm gonna mastermind Ammon.
All right.
I actually, Elizabeth, are you confident in your ability to in your next swing? Because I can give you inspiration.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I trust you more than others, so I will give you inspiration to try again.
I technically still already have inspiration. Just
Well, yours if you want.
uh, um, yeah. Okay, I'll use my inspiration.
All
I'm
right.
giving you mine, so mine's turned off right now. Go ahead, keep yours on.
Fire away.
There you go.
That is a hit. Yeah, and he sort of like reels over at this double attack, and he's like hunching at his side where you kidney stabbed him, and he's looking real beat up. He's still up, but you've clearly like stunned him for the moment. He will try to react. He's got an action. What does he do here? He was prepping an entangle, so he's gonna like cast that entangle. So yeah, that is a 20-foot square. Cast it all around himself, and I believe we need dex saves. Strength save.
I think it's strength first. Yeah.
It should be a. Actually, I don't remember. Let me check my spell.
Yeah, it is specifically strength for entangle.
Oh, it is strength.
It's actually weird too. Like even on the break attempts, it's another strength check and not acrobatics or athletics.
Yeah, most of the spell effects are completely save to escape. No, you don't get to acrobatics or
Right.
ability check out.
All right, so Ammon knew that this was coming. He recognized it from training, but even with a little bit of forewarning, Elizabeth is not quite able to dodge out of the way, and you do get your ankle wrapped in some vines.
Yeah, I'm not particularly strong.
Yep. All right, Mulek. You are a spider on Elizabeth's head.
Scurry closer to the base of the headdress.
All right, just staying hidden.
For now.
All right, Elizabeth, back to you.
So, since you're restrained, you're gonna have disadvantage on this attack, but you still can make it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I can't remember this for sneak attack. Do I still get it with disadvantage, even
Nope.
since I have an ally?
No, yeah, having disadvantage even if it's canceled out.
Canceled out, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay, then I'm going to offhand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to break free.
All right, strength check. All right, you have broken free. And that makes it Ammon's turn unless you're moving.
I broke free, so I can't use offhand attack. So I'll mastermind Ammon.
All right, Ammon, you have advantage.
All right, going for our bias. 18.
18 is a hit. You manage to stay chomped down on his larynx. He's not going to be able to shout particularly well, but he will still get an action. He is still up. He's not looking good at all. Clearly very beat up. And you can see panic in his eyes. That panic does give way to something a little more animalistic, though, as he changes to a gator right in front of you.
Darn, I can't do it.
And that is his entire action, so it is back to Mulik, who's staying stealthy, which means it's Elizabeth.
Hell yeah.
This does fade away.
Okay. Well, stabby, man. See what we can do.
So, does
So that-
acrobatics actually have a use?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I use it all the time in both of the campaigns where I'm playing a rogue.
God, this is awful.
If
Uh,
you don't get
Jump
to
between
attack-
Acrobatics is for prancing around.
Let me double check. Crux might actually be that low.
Yeah, they had stupid
Hoping.
low.
I think they have 13.
12. Nope, that is a hit.
Oh, thank God.
Uh-huh. So that is 11. The croc is looking pretty beat up. He's still up and going.
Mastermind Ammon again.
All right, Ammon advantage.
Take a butt. My teeth are bigger. 18, but geez, my damage is very consistent each this time.
That is very, very consistent. Okay, this croc is barely up, but still up and very angry, and he's going to show who's got the bigger bite. And he is finally in a position where he can let out a little bit of like a weird crocodile noise. And I'll roll perception for that in just a bit, and we'll see what happens. But here comes a chomp at Ammon.
Oh wait, no, you have
Mid.
shit AC, don't you?
Not anymore.
Fortunately, that is still a miss. Elizabeth.
Keep knifing the fucker. That's really your
Kidney
only
shanks.
That is another good kidney shank, and he reverts to his shaman form. He looks real beat up.
And I still need to add.
plan. You did damn near minimum.
Is I missing that?
No, that's right. Never mind.
All right. More telling me he's a chew toy or what?
Unless you have an offhand.
It's only a D4 damage. Giving him advantage is actually the more mechanically effective.
Oh, advantage Ammon.
All right,
All right. Chew toy.
fingers crossed.
20 max damage.
That does it. So as this thing shifts back into shaman form, you're able to like grab him by the neck as it like falls into your mouth and just sort of peacefully set him down on the ground without too much noise as he gasps for his last breath. All right, let me find out what the other rooms think of that, and I'll tell you if you guys hear anything. Go ahead and roll me perception.
Well, I'm very obviously distracted by this. Thank you, Elizabeth.
No problem.
She's a rogue. She's trained to like, okay, shit went down. Have I been made?
That perception expertise is really nice.
I know, right?
Hell yeah. I have +5 and +2, and I think I think you just have average wisdom, and you're just able to proficient your way up to my level.
Okay. As you are cleaning things up from this battle and looking around to see if anybody noticed, Elizabeth, you see a dark figure sort of standing on the other side of the northern door. And it seems to be looking at you, but it doesn't come through. It doesn't seem to attack. It simply looks at you for a few seconds and then backs away from the door.
If it had to do with the snake people, he probably doesn't care all
Do
too
I-
much that another lizard person killed a lizard person.
I will mention to Ammon that someone saw us. We should move quickly.
Agreed. I'm just looking down at the one I killed and just
You can still
I'll just
taste
quickly
that
say,
that scale.
I'll get your name later, friend. I'm sorry. And just does he have any obvious keys or other like things? Not looting the body, just like things that will
Useful,
help us here.
yeah, useful keys or anything. Give me an investigation check.
Does he have quest item? It's sad because it's funny.
You don't find anything particularly useful. In his belt pouch, you find a handful of herbs that you might be able to mill if you're skilled with herbalism. And he does have a small statue. It looks like it's made out of bone. It's a statue of a dog, but he doesn't have any keys or anything that looks particularly useful.
I'm not looting those. I'm just gonna leave them as is and leave them in peace.
All
I'll
right,
take the statue.
all right. You have a.
Does he? Does he have a dagger on him?
He does not. He actually does not have any weapons. It's just his component pouch.
I look Elizabeth a little dirtily at taking the statue, but just sigh. There's more important things right now.
Take the component pouch as well.
All right, component pouch and a small stone or bone statue of a dog.
Doggy.
All right, let's jump back over to the rest of our party. Cognate was the first one in, right?
Yes.
All right, Cognate, you have dark vision, so you would be able to see all of this pretty effectively. Let's see. As you step through the gate, you find yourself in a bit of a strange room. There is a platform about halfway through the room. Oh boy, aren't these lines amazing?
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 100 out of 100 best lines.
So the
I don't see anything.
the water that you're wading in is flowing out from under that platform. So it looks like you could climb up onto the platform and be on dry land. There is no lighting in here, no torches, no nothing. But you do see two like stone doors with a lever beside each one on the wall. How to tell that you're off the rails. Drawing the map as you go. I like it. I actually really like it.
You like our plan?
Well, I had a plan, but it was derailed immediately upon entering.
You can still
Even
pull it
before that.
together.
Oh no, I had a plan before even entering the place. Like I was gonna go in there and do a whole Socrates kind of thing, but then I wasn't allowed in.
I feel obligated to point out that all of that planning could have worked if things had gone a little differently. I swear to God I'm not railroading, but some of the things that were said they reacted appropriately.
Well, that was up to Nama, so I can't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Elizabeth, you really should have just went for fake it until you make it. As soon as you knew you had a tail.
Hey man, they were catching on to me though. I didn't know enough about their culture yet.
Well, that's why you just had to fake it. Fake
Trying.
it until you make it.
You have Ammon.
Alright, so Cognate, you're inside. It is
That's right.
pitch dark, but you are able to see because of dark vision what's going on in this room. Apart from the platform from which the water is flowing and the two doors up there and the two levers beside each one, you don't really see any sort of distinguishing features. It looks like this room is probably more of just a utility room than anything else.
Can I do light taps along the wall? What are those gate doors, stone things made of?
Stone. It looks like they swivel on a hinge. At first glance, it looks like the levers probably caused them to swing open. It is the same material as the wall, though. It is all stone. It is not decorated or carved. It is just flat, smooth as stone.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna go for the switch on the right.
All right. Anna is swimming in behind you, and she's kind of fumbling around because it's dark and she can't see. But as you open the door, it sheds a little bit of light into here, and she's able to see more clearly. So the door swings open, and inside you see a little bit of stuff.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb.
You see a room.
That joke is getting old.
I don't care.
I do.
Immediately to your right is
My
a...
dark vision's for 60 feet.
Yeah, okay, you're peeking all the way into the room?
Oh my god.
Okay. So inside the room, it looks like a rather large, completely empty room with some colored tiles on the floor and a wooden door at either end of the room.
I don't know if I want to perform the trident check because the trident hitting the floor could be a pretty loud noise.
Give me a perception check too. Yeah, that's all you see.
Can I poke the two tiles in front of me? Like,
You
in front of the door with the trident.
with your trident, yeah. As you poke them, they do depress as if they are like weighted, but you don't notice anything happen.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell Anna and Kobe to hold back a bit, just watch what I'm doing, and if I die, don't do what I did. So I'm gonna move here,
All right,
tap the one in front of that door.
all right. It goes down, but nothing happens.
Okay. So, can I open this door?
You certainly can.
I open the door.
All right. As you open the door, let's see what you see.
You want initiative, don't you?
I'm guessing. Okay, no spikes. I was expecting spikes to shoot out of the door.
I'll tell you if there's spikes. All right, you find yourself in a small hallway. It's sort of dimly lit, but there's like one torch up here, and one torch up on the north side, and one on the wall right next to you to your right. Directly across from you is the same sort of bamboo bead curtain sort of doorway that I described earlier. It's the first time you've seen one, but you can see just a little bit through it, but you'd have to get a lot closer to like poke your head through. And as you look to
I'm
your
not that dumb.
And as you look to your left down the hallway, you see that there is a stone mural, and it's lit up by the torch well enough, and you have dark vision, that you would be able to make out the mural a little bit from here, but you'd probably have to get closer to see it in more detail. But you can see that the mural has a very large red orb on the top of it. Looks like it's maybe glass or ruby or something. You can't tell from here.
Hmm. Well, on one hand, it's shiny, and two, it probably holds religious significance. And three, it's probably demons. So
And
I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna tell Anna and Kobe to come up behind me, but stay on the tiles that I've pushed down.
all right, so Anna comes up behind you, and she's just following right behind you.
I get the feeling that the colored tiles are the ones we don't want to step on.
Oh, really?
Don't take my word for that. But it seems like that could be the case. Because if you look, none of the colored tiles are in front of any of the doors.
Yeah, I know. But let's. So I'm gonna. So are the tiles in the next room, Feck, are they depressible or are they just a normal floor?
Yeah, there actually aren't like tiles in this room. You can definitely tell that the room you're in right now has very special tiles, and like the fact that they can be depressed and they're colored. Like you get the sense that probably this room is a little special. Up ahead, it's basically just plain stone flooring. You do notice there is like a groove in the floor up on the north side, and you hear the faint sound of running water going through that groove, but you'd have to get closer to inspect it.
Well, I'm gonna get closer to inspect it.
All right. As you get closer and look into it,
It's
give
blood,
me
isn't it?
give me investigation. Yeah. Okay.
It's blood.
You see that this groove is only like an inch or two wide and probably 4 or 5 inches deep. It's definitely not big enough that you could like lose a foot inside of it. You can walk over it pretty safely. But there is a liquid flowing through it from the right and up into the door. And the liquid smells like water with some blood in it.
I'm gonna block this stream just with something in my inventory, just to piss them off, because I know they're not gonna like it when their blood water's not flowing.
All right. What are you using?
Hmm. Hmm.
I can hand him a piece of my freaking tattered scraps costume,
That'll
my
work.
beggar costume.
Yeah, you can just shove that in it.
Sure, that'll work. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, sure.
All
Sounds
right.
like I need the fucking beggar scraps anyways.
All right, you start shoving your costume down into that groove, and it appears to block the flow of water pretty successfully. Where
Okay.
where are you doing it at? Are you doing it like
In the corner.
right at the corner? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. You can see the water levels like very slowly starting to back up, but you get the feeling you've probably got a couple minutes before it starts to like spill out over the side.
So is that up at the top? Is that a door or just sort of like a channel
It,
thing?
it is a mural, and I have a picture.
How pretty.
You don't see the picture yet, or do we? Oh, picture.
Huh.
I don't
Interesting.
trust stabby demon eye things.
On closer inspection, it does look like the red orb is probably colored glass. It doesn't have like the facets or the the translucency of a ruby. It could be valuable, but it doesn't look like a ruby. Is basically what I'm getting
Not
at.
gonna touch it. Not.
Um,
No.
Is it opaque?
It is slightly translucent, but it is very cloudy, and you can't see more than like maybe half an inch through it.
Well,
Alright, I'm
Can I do
gonna
something?
try to stealthily check um, the room separated by the bamboo.
All right. As you,
So stealth and perception?
yep, stealth and perception.
Jesus fucking Christ.
are you retarded?
Okay, as you poke your head through, the very first thing that hits you is the smell of animals, like a barn. You just smell all sorts of dirty animal smells. Immediately in front of you, you see a stone stairway that is going up to sort of a walkway. The rest of the room, though, contains lots of cages, and each of those cages contains various animals. And let me start revealing some things. In the cage closest to you, you see a lot of snakes, and that cage is, it's got very close bars because, it has snakes in it. Beyond that, you see a small cage with, it looks like a pterodactyl in it. The big cage directly in front of you has a tiger in it, and you see a snake man outside of the tiger cage that is sort of just poking and prodding at it, and the tiger looks absolutely furious. Behind the snake man, you see several copper snake statues that are standing up, and they appear to be along the side of that channel that you just blocked. And behind them, you see several like basins and stone tables that have the corpses of animals on top of them, and the entire room just looks super bloody. And there's lots of murdered animals all over it.
This is Kobe seeing this time.
Yes, this is Covey seeing it, and let me see who all notices you.
Jesus. Oh god.
All right. You are a foxfolk. You have no place in here. Yeah, you hear some. It almost sounds like hissing and snarling in a language. Do you understand Draconic?
No.
No.
Then yeah, you don't understand Draconic. He makes some angry sounding noises, and he calls out in your general direction.
Well, I say it's initiative time then.
That depends on how you react.
I'm gonna back the fuck out.
No, we're gonna fight that bitch.
I'm gonna back the fuck out.
I'm gonna fight that bitch.
Covey backs the fuck out.
And I'm gonna pull out my crossbow.
Alright, Anna draws weapons and sort of like hunkers up against the wall here. And Cognate, what do you do?
I rolled for initiative because I know what's gonna happen.
Alright,
This is gonna go,
But
end
what
up
are you
with violence.
doing?
Yeah,
What
but-
are you
I
actually
know.
doing?
what is your character
I'm
doing?
Now. Hmm. The ever graceful throwing trident.
Okay, so you're ready to throw a trident?
I'm going in there and throwing a trident.
You're actually going through and throwing the trident.
Yeah.
Alright. Damn. Alright, well let's go ahead and do this then. Initiative, we've already got Cognate.
I don't even know how you came up with that name. It's literally just a word for a word that sounds the same in two languages.
So which way was this blood water flowing?
It is flowing right to left and up into that doorway.
So okay. So like that, and then like that,
Yep.
and then like that. Okay.
Exactly. Alright. Cognate, you're up first. You threw, you hit very successfully.
And now I have my trident back because weapon bond.
Yeah, that's a bonus action, right?
Bonus action.
Alright,
I'm back now.
cool. So yeah, it sinks into this thing's chest and then just disappears and reappears in your hand. And if he wasn't pissed before, he is very pissed now. And that makes it Kobe's turn.
That's gotta be a really dickish thing to do, because, like, the one way you can stop someone from dying from a stab wound is to keep the item inside them because it
Yeah.
seals the wound. So you immediately puncture them, and then you remove anything that might stifle the blood flow.
Yep.
That's a really dick move.
Okay, what the hell is this movement? Hold on. This is not going the way I planned.
What?
Ambushes are not your thing, are they, Cognate?
No. When you're wearing heavy armor, ambushes can't be your thing.
Yes, they can.
Alright,
You have a disadvantage on all stealth checks.
Yeah, but if they can't, but
um,
if they aren't ever in your line of sight, they can never see you.
Discuss
They
later.
can
Do you
hear
think now?
you.
I'm discussing with the person who's not actively taking their turn.
All right, Covey. All right, cool. So yeah, you get a free dash action this turn.
yep, and I'm gonna shoot the lizard person with my crossbow. Or the snake person.
Yep.
I'm not racist.
Check your privilege, herpetophobe.
I can tell when someone's a snake person, unlike some people I assume.
All right.
Anyway,
So yeah, you fire at the snake person.
Jesus.
That is a hit, actually. You hit him square in the shoulder, and he reels back a bit. Anna, who was sort of on board with the ambush plan, is like, fuck it, I'll run in. And she runs in, and she gets to. She just dashes, which puts her right here, just barely out of range. She's got a sword ready, but she is not in
Can we
AO
see more
range.
of the room now?
You absolutely can. Let me reveal the rest of that. Cat, stop chewing on that. Come on. No.
So, a cat, I heard you say that a cat's a kitten. Does that mean you got another cat?
Yeah, we got a kitten a couple days ago, and he's super cute, but he's also like walking
guys-
all over the keyboard and stuff.
So you're
You guys
compromising
made
for
a
the fact
butt
you never
baby.
met pussy. Okay.
No, him and Daewon finally made a gay butt baby.
Oh, okay.
Totally. All right, so yeah, you can see more animal cages, more corpses, more sacrificial altars. You don't see anything else. Let's see, that makes it his turn. He is looking rather terrified, and he is going to do this, first of all. He is fumbling with the lock on the cage to the tiger, but he sort of gives up and starts to run away. And
I'll
he,
fucking cut you, bitch.
that was his action, so that is as far as he can get. And that makes it Cognate's turn.
Throwing trident. Trident. Oh.
Give me a 1d6.
How do we...
And give me a wisdom save.
Wisdom, really? Is that what that decides?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Alright. Is there anything in range to do anything?
I knocked the lock off of something.
There is, actually. You see, like, as you stumble forward, you sort of telegraph your movements a little bit too obviously, and as soon as you sort of catch yourself, you see a longbow pointed in your direction.
What?
Fortunately, you were able to dodge the blow. And that makes it Covey's turn.
What kind of actions does it take to switch weapons?
You may
What?
put one weapon away or draw one weapon as part of your action. You can drop a weapon on the ground for free. So, like, the fastest vanilla thing that you can do in one turn is drop your current weapon on the ground and draw a new weapon.
Without bonus action shenanigans.
Right, or like the dual wielder feat or something.
And what does that take from my actions? Does that take anything?
It does not. It's basically your item interaction for the turn.
Alright, I'll do that and use my bonus action to dash at this fucker.
Okay.
Because the expeditious retreat.
Yep.
should be 60 feet. And then I'm gonna use my rapier and do booming blade. Because this fucker isn't gonna get away.
All right.
Isn't booming blade super loud?
It's not actually just like it covers them in energy. And at this point, I'm
Okay.
pretty sure we're past stealth.
You never know.
And it's a stone room, anyways.
Yeah, good morning. That means it echoes well.
Okay,
All right,
so
fire
attack
away.
roll. And
All right.
then I'll cast booming blade.
Yep, that is a solid hit. You do some good damage.
Where the fuck is booming blade? Damn.
Whew.
If they move, they take that 8 thunder.
Okay. They are not aware of that, but they might shortly become aware of that. Let's see. Anna, how far is Anna? Anna does... Actually, Anna gets the sense that she's not going to catch up to him, so she moves to here and fires this.
That near min damage, though.
Right. Okay, he is still terrified, so he is going to attempt to run away. So he immediately sets off this massive explosion of sound that like shatters through the entire room
An
and takes
opportunity attack.
and an opportunity attack.
That's just a normal attack, right?
Yep, just a normal melee attack.
Rapier Shank.
He is able to dodge that opportunity attack, though. So he sort of fumbles a bit, again, confused by what just happened to him, but he does sort of, well, let's make sure, but he should recognize that that was something you did to him. Oh, yeah. And then he runs over to this cage and tries to get it open. This one he is able to swing open, so he basically opens this cage, releasing a hyena, and then climbs on top of the cage. And it is Cognate's turn.
Gonna move there. Spell. I honestly kind of regret taking the poison spray cantrip because it's kind of lame in the first place, even though it does do a lot of damage. But it honestly feels like it should have an AoE effect.
What one?
Poison spray, because spray.
You do as much damage to a Wherein as a wizard. Enjoy it.
I really want to use ice knife right now, but I don't know.
Do what you gotta do.
Kobe, do you think I should use ice knife?
If it's right now, if it's just a hyena and a snake person, I'm not too horribly worried.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just do once again the majestic throwing trident that the snake motherfucker.
Alright. That is a hit.
I love how I do excellent damage even on like bad hits.
Alright, so the hyena is a little bit confused, but it is also very, very starved and hungry. And the weakest person nearby, let's see.
Is the Yuan D.
Is indeed the Yuan-Ti. So he kind of like looks back up and tries to snap at him a bit. And let's see how that goes. Yeah, he grabs him by like the wrist and starts to tug down at him. And it is Kobe's turn.
I think for
Can you
the
reveal a
most
bit more?
part,
That's
think
a
we-
wall,
Oh.
I think.
Yeah, that is a wall.
So I'm currently a contortionist.
Just scoot
Alright.
yourself to be about there.
Can I take my turn?
Yes.
Hold Alt to scooch.
Alright, I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost at the snake asshole.
Okay.
That's supposed to have an attack roll. What the fuck? Okay, I don't think I set this one up right, because that should have an attack roll.
Make sure you check the attack roll thing.
There it is.
Alright, we'll keep the first damage. 13 is a hit. So you hit for 4 cold damage, and he appears to be chilled.
I have fucking lockdown on point.
Alright, Anna, seeing that there is finally an opportunity, runs up and goes absolutely berserk on this dude.
Just for advice for Covey, I think you need to also enable the effect tab for that if there's like a chilled thing.
It says its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn.
That goes under the effects tab, not the spell description. Yeah.
Yeah, so you see this lady just run up beside you, and then there are 2 halves of a snake man flying off in either direction, and
What's his 1d10?
crit damage. Oh wait, there was not advantage on that, so 11. So he is actually still up. You do see a chunk of snake man go flying. He reacts by
Cowering in the corner he's put himself in?
He's dead.
He's not dead yet.
He's
He's
effectively
metaphorically
dead.
dead.
Yes.
If he moves, somebody's going to get an opportunity to attack. If he doesn't move, we still get to attack him. If he attacks,
he.
then we're just angry.
He looks into Anna's eyes and says something that none of you understand, and she needs to make a wisdom save. Do you understand Draconic?
No.
She's making wisdom save. I probably can't do cutting words.
That is correct. Okay. So yeah, that happens. Cognate, you're up.
Well, now I can just run up to him and trident him with both hands.
All right.
Oh.
Oh boy, 1d6. Wisdom save.
Skrick, you have a successor.
Fucking hell.
Okay. Yeah, as you do that, he turns to you and lashes out with a scimitar followed by a bite. They both
of those
miss
misses.
terribly.
That's pathetic.
Alright, the hyena sees... He's actually... Okay, let's see.
Latched onto the one.
Yeah, he's still feeling pretty bold, so he is going to tug at him a little more. Alright,
I just looked at the crocodile token, and it's weirding me out, man.
Covey, you're up.
God, he's not dead yet? Alright, I'll move right about there and cast Ray of Frost again.
Alright, that is a miss. He is able to duck behind it. And the next thing that you see is Anna running straight towards you, Covey. And she looks furious. And she swings at you.
I'm gonna fucking use cutting words. Fuck that shit.
Alright, she swings twice with a longsword.
Why do so many people have double attacks?
Are you able to decide? You're able to decide after the roll, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
Let me check.
Those are both probably misses, though, still, Kofi.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, so you're able
I
to...
think it's a reaction. When a creature within 60 feet of you that can see you makes an attack roll, ability check, or damage roll, you can use your reaction to expend the use of Bardic Inspiration, rolling the Bardic Inspiration die and subtracting the number rolled from the creature's roll. The creature is immune if it can't hear you, or if it is immune to being harmed.
Yep. Okay, yeah, you're able to duck out of the way of those without using your cutting words. That makes it his turn. He feels that his best chance of success right now is to run away. So he's going to use his
Opportunity
action to disengage, and that will get him. Yeah, he can open the door for free, and he pushes his way into here. He can't close the door behind himself, so you do see a little bit into here.
Okay. Because it's my turn now, right?
It is.
You have an angry hyena next to you, remember?
Yeah, I don't care. The thing
Good to
might be
know.
a dog, but it's clearly a fucking pussy. And I'm gonna trident him from here.
Alright, the hyena is going to take a nibble.
Ha!
Misses. You trident. Yeah, you throw it through the door, you hit him, and he does not drop. Good lord, he has more than I thought.
What?
But let's do this.
How is he not dead?
Alright, yeah. As you get closer, you can see more into the room. You see that there is another figure inside, and there are also several stone shelves in the wall that appear to have books and papers and scrolls all along them. Alright, let's see. Hyena sees an easy target over here and has advantage on this because of pack tactics.
What?
So 3 piercing damage to you, Kobe. And it is your turn.
I think I want to use cutting words on that.
Okay.
I don't feel like taking damage. Fuck that shit. And well, my AC 16, so that's still a hit, isn't it?
Yep, still a hit for 3. But now it is your turn. As all of this is happening, there is a crocodile making angry noises, a tiger making angry noises, all sorts of animal noises, which
Yeah.
we'll do some perception checks in a bit. But just bear in mind that that's happening in the background.
And Booming Blade, don't forget.
And Booming Blade, yes.
And just general ward folk screaming.
I'm guessing I can't try to hit the snake asshole with 2 people in the way.
You could do that.
You could certainly try. We'll call it,
Let me
I mean,
get
with
him
the
then.
door and 2 people, we'll call it half cover, so plus 2 AC.
Let me get him.
Plus
I
2
can
AC.
thunder. I can thunder wave them.
Well, I'm hoping that if we drop the snake guy, our lady friend isn't gonna be charmed.
Ah, good point.
And since she goes next, it's a good bet. It's not high odds, but it's a good bet.
Ray of Frosting. Right? Yeah,
God.
you got him.
That is a
No, that's
hit.
plus 2 AC.
You're right. Yeah, plus 2 AC, that is a miss.
Why did you get plus 2 AC? The
Ha-
door was open,
half
and the
cover.
only thing between them is Zoo.
So yeah, unless you're spending inspiration, that is a miss.
Alright, I suppose I'll spend a bardic inspiration.
Not bardic inspiration, regular inspiration.
What is that?
Oh
I missed
yeah.
that.
No, yeah, I forgot you're new to 5e. Okay, so basically, when you do something that is very true to your character, very creative, or very heroic, you can get something called inspiration, and it shows up on the front page of your character sheet. And actually, it looks like you didn't have it to begin with, so I lied. But anytime that you have inspiration, you can choose to use it to re-roll a d20, effectively giving you advantage on the roll. And I'd have to double check if that actually technically gives you advantage or if it's just a re-roll. But it is possible to give inspiration, like if you have it and somebody else needs it, you can transfer it to them too. But yeah, you do not currently have it. So that is a miss, and that makes it Anna's turn.
I should still be able to, like,
Oh yeah, you have a bonus action and a movement.
oh boy. Well, I used a cantrip. So, what do I have? I think all my other shit is normal actions.
Yeah, I think the only other bonus action you have is Bardic Inspiration, if you have any charges left.
Well, I don't think this fight's been going for 10 minutes, so I can still do a dash with the Expeditious Retreat.
Yep, that's true.
But I'd take 2 attacks of opportunity. Well, I guess I'll just get the lube ready, so I don't feel like taking 2 attacks of opportunities.
All right.
Actually, no. I'm just gonna fucking pussy out.
Okay. Where are you running to?
Over to me.
Pussy out like a dog.
Yeah, like a boss. Like a boss.
I'll dash over here.
All right. So he gets 1. This has advantage.
Uh,
18.
people have a disadvantage to opportunity attacks against me.
Oh, nice. Yeah, your slinky thing. All right, cool. So that is a 14 on you, and we'll use the first one of these is a 17. 14 and a 17.
It's only 5 damage if both hit.
The first one on the 2-handed longsword.
Yes, the 17. Does 17 hit?
Yeah, I think I can survive 4 damage.
Yep. All right, 4 slashing, and that makes it Anna's turn. Anna,
The bard has greater AC than 14.
that dodge, man, that dodge. Anna's going to run up behind Cognate and draws a short sword in her offhand and does this. 13, 13, 8.
All misses.
Man, she is frustrated. All right, we need to add...
Her racism gave her power last time. That's why she hit Ammon. Or, Nama.
Exactly. All right, we need to add you to initiative now.
Gay.
Perfect. That works out nicely.
Yeah, but I go now because it's next turn. Yeah.
All right, let's see. He is running out of options. What can he even do at this point? Yeah, he is going to go hide in a corner of this room. And you can pretty much see where he's going, but he's sort of just cowering in a corner over here. His shaman friend, though, who is now alerted to the danger, is going to step out and sees Cognate wielding a trident. That is metal, right? I
Yeah, but
assume.
it's also magic and stuff.
It is magic and stuff. But it is also now very much hot to the touch.
Then I throw it at him. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna drop it.
Yep. So the first thing you do is take 8 fire damage, and then if you're dropping it willingly, then yeah, you just drop it.
Yeah, I'm dropping it.
If he moves it back into his hand, is it still hot?
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. This thing is glowing red hot.
But like it blinks out of existence.
I only summon it. It comes back when I summon it back.
All right,
No,
Cognate.
but like
Yeah. So I'm going to just take the attack of opportunity. Go right here, I think.
All right.
And I'm.
First swing, she's only using one hand, so it's a little weaker. 14.
Can I hit both of them with a thunder wave?
10 foot, right?
15-foot cube.
It doesn't
Right.
look like it.
But he's not on a tile, really. Oh, yeah, that's clearly not gonna hit both. But I have burning hands, and that's a 15-foot cone. Fuck.
just move one more space.
I have magic missile.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
And you can split
One on
those
the-
hits up.
One on the Yuan-Ti, 2 on the shaman.
All right, so the Yuan-Ti goes down, and you see like a sudden calm passing over Anna, and then she looks back over her back, and she gets angry again. And then 8 on the shaman.
Yeah.
All right, the hyena is going to chase down. He still thinks Anna's a friend, so he's going to chase down Cognate and bite.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Does Anna strike out?
Yes, absolutely. Catches him off guard. And in fact, that would be advantage because he's not expecting it. So first swing of this. Still misses. That's crazy. Oh, did she? Oh, yes, she did. Yep, that's correct. All right, so the bite does 6, which is a miss on Cognate, which means it's Kobe's turn.
The snake asshole's down, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the one the snake asshole's down. There is now a lizard folk in front of you. He is wearing a feathered headdress. You get the impression he's probably magical.
We're getting.
Alright, I'm gonna.
We're not getting.
Uh,
Okay, I'll let you speak.
yeah, let me fucking take my turn. Alright, I'm gonna booming blade this fucker.
All right.
Because I get the feeling he doesn't like being in melee range, being a spell testy, you little shit. Damn.
Damn.
That is a solid hit for 12, and we'll do the booming blade damage if he moves.
I have so many fucking cantrips.
Meanwhile, I only have 2.
Okay. Let's see. Anna is going to run up and try to take care of this hyena.
What I was saying is, we're getting legitimately XCOM like up in here. I'm loving it.
Oh yeah, oh my god, there's a crit there too. Yeah, absolutely obliterates this thing. I'm pretty sure it's dead.
Explodes in this red gas cloud of gore and shit.
Man,
That's basically correct. And then she is going to run in and get up in the shaman's face. The shaman is terrified. He's going to try to step back and get through the door. Give me that booming blade.
We both get reaction.
it was 2 damage.
Alright, takes 2 booming blade damage.
And I should get an opportunity attack.
Yep.
Answer Shazana.
Oh yeah, and Anna should too, because she hasn't used her reaction this turn.
That is correct. But yours is all that it takes. You are able to shank this guy as he turns his back, and he falls to the ground. Alright, I need to make a whole bunch of perception checks, and I also need one from Elizabeth, Mulik, and Ammon.
And God.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit's gone wrong.
Sounds
Or very
horrible.
right.
Not so right, you mean?
Alright,
I
let's
imagine
see.
the DC
yes.
for this is like 2.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to miss.
Oh
Well,
my
I
god,
mean,
Ammon.
you know, there's that. You're like, yeah, there's probably animals around here, right? Some
Well,
magic.
No, I mean Ammon's he's still reeling from the fact that he can taste the scales of his kind on his tongue.
Probably.
Wow. Boy, I want to show you guys those rolls. Let's see.
You need to just screen cap it right
Either-
now and you can show us them later.
Either they're super bad or super good.
That's why he's gonna screen cap them and show us later, because I'm sure we're gonna figure out what the rolls were later.
Yeah, I'll screen cap them real quick.
Alright, so if initiative is over, I want to go back and grab my crossbow.
Okay. So yeah, you're running back over like still while time is of the essence. And then the
No, I have expeditious retreat still up, so I can dash.
Yeah, it's
for,
still pretty
like, a
quick.
free action.
okay, Covey and Cognate give me perception checks as well. Okay, all right. As things calm down a little bit, and you just stop to listen and see if you're like super fucked. You hear the animal still making a ton of noise all around you in this room, and to the north you hear some weird chittering, and I believe, let me double check,
What's
but I
the door
believe
made of?
there is a wooden door there that is not open.
Chitter,
Oh, the one you're in?
Does it have a handle?
Yes, it does have a handle.
What's the handle made of?
The handle is made of metal.
Okay, I want to fucking cast heat metal on that shit.
Okay, alright, I will keep that in mind for just a second. Let's see, you recognize some primordial chanting coming from the room across the other way from that door, and you cast heat metal, and the doorknob starts to glow red hot. But before we do anything else over there, let's cut back over to Ammon, Elizabeth, and Mulik, who have just heard a tremendous amount of noise coming through this doorway. It sounds like a veritable menagerie of distressed animals, as well as, I mean, go and give me Arcana checks real quick. It's probably magic, but, we'll make it official.
Jesus.
It was clearly guns.
Oh my.
Mulek
What
recognized
was all
it.
that noise?
Mulek might actually specifically recognize what spell it was, because it is a very distinct, loud noise.
Pop,
I'm not sure.
pop, pop.
Goes the weasel, motherfucker.
Yeah.
So we're not going that way. Fuck that.
Thankfully, that's not the direction we were indicated. That's where the children are. Thankfully.
Oh. Yeah, I'm like
Things got murder hoboy real quick.
chaotic evil. I should just run. But I'm gonna go up to that door,
All right, which one? The top door.
and I'm just gonna gently kind of peek in to where the person was. I'm keeping my dagger at the ready to
Okay.
like get out of the way in case somebody's behind there with like a sword
I'm
or
also-
something.
Tapping here with guidance.
All right.
What is
Thank you.
this? What is this, like, red thingy? Oh, that's another blood channel, isn't it?
Yes, that is another blood channel. This one is running north to south. Okay. Now, as you peek your head through this door, before I reveal anything, it is 11 o'clock. Do you want to keep going or save it?
I'm good.
I'm good for going another hour.
Am I right?
All right.
You
I'm
okay,
just
Sid?
going to get some pretzels.
Yeah, I'm either or.
As you peek into this room, you see a room very similar to the one that I just described, and I will reveal it real quick.
I've just been singing back at the funny farm for like the entire 3 minutes because that's about the kind of tone we've hit.
All right. You see a room with several arrangements of snake statues, basins, and stone tables that you can only describe as sacrifice stations. Tied to one of them is the corpse of a woman who appeared to be pregnant, and on two of the slabs next to it are two more corpses of young women. Up on the elevated walkway, you see a snake man, and throughout the room, you see several humanoid figures that look like basically walking mushrooms of some sort. They walk around like humans. They have arms and legs, but their faces are very like plant-like, very distorted. It's hard to read any sort of sense of emotion from them. Two of them are sort of just carving up the corpses on the left, but one of them is standing at a little bit of a strange altar of sorts. And it's hard to see from here, but it looks like he is investigating or working on the corpse of an infant that has been thoroughly modified. It has lots of like mold growths on its face. It appears to be dead. It has little shroom caps popping out of its head. Very grotesque. It looks like a baby that is being
God.
transformed into a mushroom. And when you poke your head in, you do see that the closest one is kind of just staring at the door, looking at you. And let's do this. Yeah, he stares at you. He gives a little bit of a stern look and starts to rush towards the door. Like, he doesn't speak to you. Actually, that's not true. He has a thing for that. He rushes forward and releases this puff of spores. And give me a dex save if you try to avoid that.
Close the door. Let's...
It's like a curtain. I can't close it.
Yeah, it is like a bamboo. It's like a curtain of bamboo rods suspended from the door frame.
Speed
Dex save, you
physics.
Meta knowledge. I'm pretty sure I know what this is, but I'm gonna try and save anyways.
Yeah.
Dex save, you said?
Yep. Okay, so you try to pull back, but this, like, they come out pretty quickly, and as soon as you inhale these spores, you can hear this sort of weird, gravelly voice in your mind that says, "Stay out, we have an agreement. Your kind is not to be in here." And he starts to just, like, push you out with this big, meaty mushroom fist.
Okay.
How
Well,
can it be meaty if he's made of shroom?
I'm okay with this. Let's try the yard.
Um.
There's no like live prisoners in here, right? Just the baby being like mutated.
Yeah, you didn't see any living people in there other than the mushrooms and the one snake guy up on the rafters.
So I
Right
would
then,
have
not a
heard that
problem.
I would have heard that mushroom thingy too, right?
Yes. I believe. Let me double. Yeah, you would. Yeah.
There's all the animals in that room.
Okay.
I would say Mirshulk's herald needs an audience.
He. Again, it's a little hard to read his facial expressions.
Fair enough.
But he looks at you, and you hear the voice in your mind again that says, Mershulk's herald already has an audience. You should go join them.
Take me to go this way.
Can I take another just quick glance as I'm being pushed out of the room? Just look around.
Sure.
Is-
Are
Can I,
you?
like, hear any live people?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Nope.
Fuck.
You smell lots of mold, lots of death, some baby crap, blood, but you don't hear any living people.
Yeah, I'll back it up and check this room.
All right. As you poke your head into there, I will reveal the area. You see another room, very similar, except this one has a very large pit in the floor. And you immediately smell a lot of blood. You see a couple of lizard folk warriors that are looking down into the pit. And you see a handful of corpses that are tied to the snake statues and being drained of their blood, which is flowing into the collection ravine of sorts. And give me a perception check for that room as well.
Get plus T4 because you have guidance. I mean, if they need it.
Yeah, as you enter, you also notice one lizard folk hunter who is kind of like bunched up against the wall over here, like clearly trying to be a little bit sneaky. The lizard folk look at you as you enter, but they don't seem to show any sort of aggression. They're just kind of keeping an eye on you, but their focus is definitely on the pit.
Do we recognize the one being sneaky or any of the other ones in here?
Elizabeth does notice the one being sneaky, but she doesn't see any others. You do both hear the telltale signs of combat coming from inside of the pit. You hear, it sounds like metal banging against metal and the occasional stone.
Can I go peek into the pit?
Sure.
Is it like which? Is it over this way or to the lower right or where's?
It's this black hole over here, and I'll reveal it real quick.
That's what I figured.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll walk up behind this guy and kind of peek in the pit as well.
Alright. Let's see, I need to...
There's a 5.
There is a 5. That's my notes.
Plus 5 DM.
When you investigate the pit, you see right away that it is lined with sharpened bamboo spikes all along one of its curved walls. They are covered in blood. It's very clear that things have been pushed into these spikes before. In the center of the pit, hiding behind a very narrow stone pillar, you see a red-haired boy no older than maybe 16. He's got pale skin, and he is timidly wielding a spear. He looks terrified, and with good reason, because he is being chased down by the largest lizard folk that you've ever seen, who is wielding a crude trident that appears to be fashioned from sharpened bones and bamboo. The kid definitely has a couple of puncture wounds. It looks like he is not doing particularly well in this fight.
I see.
The other corpses in the room, do they look like children?
The rest of them appear to be mostly men. They all appear to be older than the kid in there. And they all appear to be heavily bruised or cut or bleeding like they've been through a lot of combat. But none of them appear to be children.
How old did
Okay.
the one woman Mara say her charges
8
were?
and 16.
Okay.
There are also redheads. So it's pretty obvious that this is one of the people we're looking for.
I'm gonna actually throw my perception because I realized I should have done that. Is there like a door down there?
You see a couple of grates along the lower side of the wall, but you don't see any sort of doorway or anything. The pit is maybe 7 feet deep.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, looks like 3 lizard folk here, plus the big one. Look to Elizabeth and say, think you can convince them to stop this, or I think we both have a chance to fight against them. Elizabeth?
I can try.
This is where the YOLO comes in.
This
and
is
you
where,
stab
this is where
bitches.
Elizabeth just walks out and is like, "Fuck this shit." No, she'll yell to the large lizard folk. Enough. Michelle grows tired of this. Wishes for fresh prey, something worthy of his greatness. Not scaleless vermin. Too weak and pathetic to even hold a spear.
All right, give me deception.
Guidance?
That would be a
I-
good time to use
I'm
that.
actually, yeah, I'm gonna actually burn my inspiration and guidance.
All right.
Well, do guidance first. I don't know if they can do that. Alright, that's pretty good.
All right. He looks up at you, and he gives a little bit of a disgruntled bow, and he throws his trident down on the ground angrily. And you see him like jump up onto this pillar and then leap across over here. And again, does sort of like a bow, but you can tell there's some attitude going on as he watches you walk past. And down there, the kid just kind of like slumps against the wall, exhausted.
How's this guy looking? Has he been injured at all?
He looks like he just woke up fresh and spry and had his coffee and feels great.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Beating up little kids doesn't take much.
No, it does not.
Some would disagree, but yes, in this
Alright.
Okay. So, are there gonna be any more fights against this kid, or is he just like spared for now?
Are you asking him?
I mean, yeah, you guys. I guess these guys don't know like I'm an outsider, so I will ask them myself. Say, what's become of the small one down there?
The king looks at you and he speaks to you, and he says, "We will await Mershak's further orders. If he has had enough blood, he has had enough blood. I assume the ritual is going well."
You assume correctly. Okay. We need to find a way in the central chamber, though. Shit.
Rashulk has grown tired of these fleshy sacrifices. Wishes to have something more befitting his power. Wishes the blood of a dragon be spilt upon his altar.
He looks
Yeah,
at you. Yeah, what's up?
I just gotta look at her a little alarmed, but okay.
Yeah, he looks at you and he gives sort of a wry smile and he says, "Mershak will be pleased. I believe we spilled the blood of a dragon just earlier today. He's in the central chamber right now."
Oh shit. Okay.
I was just revived by Mirshulk this morning. So perhaps his will has changed. Let me see the body.
He guides you over this way.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Can you guys say boss fight?
And he takes you over to another one of the bamboo curtain things, and he doesn't enter this room, but he sort of pokes his arm through and points up at the mural, and he says, "I am not permitted to enter, but you look like you are part of the ceremony. You're free to continue."
Yep,
Does it look like this?
go with her.
That mural, as you go through, looks a little bit more like this.
Okay.
Um,
Do I recognize what those things at the bottom?
yeah, to compensate for my crude art skills, which sort of reflect the crude art skills of the Snake Men, it does look like a very scrawny snake man of some sort who is standing atop a heap of very masculine, macho, muscular snake men. All of the buff ones appear to be dead. He is standing on top of them, reaching up and touching this orb, which is also made of the red glass that we described earlier.
Interesting.
He
Yeah.
shows you to the mural, and he starts to walk back towards the pit.
Okay, well,
As he turns to go, I will say, bring the boy. I have need of him.
He motions over to the warriors, who both jump in and pick up the boy very brusquely and start to like push him up over the ledge, just trying to avoid the spikes as best as they can. And he is there to grab him, and he grabs him by the ear and yanks him over to you and delivers him to you.
okay,
Give
as
him a
he,
nod, grab him
as
by
a-
the ear, and I start dragging the kid with me.
I ask Elizabeth, should I try to calm him down or tell him what's going on, or let him stay in in his unknown delusion there?
Leave him. We don't want him giving it away.
All right.
I start dragging him towards the mural.
All right. Is there a door here we can see?
There is not. Give me investigation rolls.
Oh, please, need something good.
Yeah, with advantage, because you've been told that this is sort of the way to go.
15.
Okay, it takes a little bit of looking, but you do see that there are seams along the outside of this mural as if it would rise up and serve as a doorway if it was activated. But you don't see any sort of like levers, buttons, handles, anything obvious.
Can I, given what Nama has told me, what limited things he's told me, could I have a clue about what to do here?
Based on what he told you, and based on the religion roll that he made earlier tonight, you don't really have a good sense of what to do here.
Smash it in.
I think it's a button.
Do I see these guys
Yeah.
struggling? Like I can see these guys are struggling with the door.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean you're like riding on Elizabeth's head.
Spider boy, spider
Do
boy,
it.
the super tiny was gonna try and go through here.
Yeah. I'll like help you off and like try and push you through the cracks.
I look at Elizabeth confusedly while she's helping a spider.
It's friend.
Because there is that little blood trough, so obviously there's some room to go through.
There is.
Did you
And-
want to swim through blood?
Yeah, you do notice that it goes down a little bit under the door. So, like, it's not quite in peeking range, but you could certainly go through and see where it takes you.
Yee.
Alright.
Okay, I need like itty bitty spider token.
Yep, let me grab you an itty bitty spider token.
In the meantime, I'm gonna try and puzzle out this doorway. Is there anything kind of a receptacle I can see, or anything? Or just the mural?
Yeah, just the mural with the orb. You don't see any, like, holes or keyholes or anything that you could insert something into.
I'm just imagining
Um,
this song playing the entire time we're here.
See, I'm guessing it's either magic or, you know, the big glass thing is a button.
Yeah. Elizabeth is just kind of like saying like various like open sesame type phrases and like banging on the door gently.
Gently
I need
banging.
control.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Hang on.
Okay.
Alright, well, because I'm addicted to caffeine, I will return shortly.
Alright.
Can we
confused now.
make Kobe do
Make it
something
through
for
the
now?
hole.
Probably wants to just touch the button, but I don't think it's that simple.
More like kind of stand on the flowing water and hope that water tension holds me up.
Okay, while they're deciding what to do with the doorway, Mulek, you jump into this channel of flowing water, and it's not moving like really, really fast, but you are pretty tiny. You're a spider. And you do your best to sort of like curl up into a ball and pocket some bubbles so that you float. And the current sucks you down into this tube, and it goes completely dark for a second, and you're totally submerged underwater. And that goes on for like a good 10 or 15 seconds, and you start to get a little concerned that you just jumped to your death by drowning or crushing. But then there is an orange light at the end of the tunnel, and I can't tell you anymore until the rest of the party catches up, so we'll be back to you shortly.
Oh fuck!
Uh,
Oh fuck!
Just touch the button, or what do you think?
if there's a button, push it. Yeah.
No, it's like the red jewel, the glass jewel.
Oh yeah. Does that look valuable?
I got the battle music depending
It's
on how
probably
large it is.
something that only shamans can do.
Yeah.
It's probably some kind of magic.
Okay. I would touch it. Can I try and
No,
take
don't. Oh god.
Alright,
Answer the damn question.
let me look at a thing.
I mean, wow. I mean, jeez.
Okay.
You fail as a rogue.
Elizabeth, you reach up and you touch this orb, and it starts to glow and hum a little bit. It definitely is reacting to your touch. You are not experiencing any pain or anything uncomfortable, but that is all that happens to the best of your perception. You don't notice anything else happening. You don't notice like the sound of a lock unlocking or stone shifting or anything like that. It just starts to glow.
Okay. I keep my
Can,
hand on there.
can I Arcana check that? Is that something I can tell? Or
Yeah, you can Arcana. Okay,
oh,
yeah.
that's pretty-
You can definitely tell that this is some sort of magical locking mechanism. You don't really know the inner workings of it, but you can tell that it's reacting to touch. And you get the sensation that you're sort of on the right path, but there's probably more to it because nothing is happening yet.
I take the kid's hand.
Okay.
I cut it with my dagger and press it to the button.
Alright, let me check him.
As I'm looking at her, I'm like, maybe, well, never mind. We'll see how this works first.
Blizzard Blood might work better for it.
It starts to glow softly and hums and feels warm to the touch. And he looks at you, he reacts with a little bit of pain, but he doesn't say anything because he is terrified of you still. So he just holds his hand to the orb.
Let me give it a shot, and I will try it myself.
Alright.
Oh, can we get Wizard IT in here?
As you touch it, there is a searing pain of heat that rushes down your hand, and you take 6 fire damage.
That looked
That's not
unpleasant.
good. Doesn't like me. All right.
I get bored and come to this door.
But
Alright, that door is a plain wooden door. It has a metal handle.
Alright. Gingerly. Well, first of all, check for traps.
Alright, investigation. Alright, it doesn't appear to have any noticeable traps on it.
I'm gonna try and open now.
Alright, it swings wide open very easily, and inside you see a plain room with some colored tiles that appear very conspicuous to you. You also notice a secret opening on the side of the room, like somebody has opened a secret door. And you also notice that the wooden door at the other end of the room is swinging wide open.
Well,
I can hear all
that
the
was an
barking,
oversight.
horrible, horrible animal noises.
Yes, you also hear just tons of horrible animal noises. You hear definitely a tiger, probably a crocodile, maybe some screeching of a thing you don't recognize.
All right. Can I tell which tiles seem suspicious?
Give me a perception check. All of them seem suspicious. Every single one of the tiles looks extremely suspicious to you.
All right. I call Ammon over.
What? What do you want? I'm still trying to figure out this mural.
Well, we've got one of the kids at least. We should just get out of here. The others are probably dead already.
We came here with a job to do, and I'm not leaving without Nama.
I kind of roll my eyes and come back over to the mural.
Look, you seem to have more success with a touch, you and the kid. Maybe there's some sort of prayer you have to say, something a shame would know.
I just look at him quizzically. Like, can I try and, like, just push the, like, I don't know. Can I just push the mural somehow?
Yeah. As you do, it feels like a solid stone surface. It feels very, very heavy. It doesn't feel like it's gonna swing open for you or anything like that. But then again, you do
I
have
just start-
very little strength, so
Yeah,
you know.
I just start crying on it and, like, jumping and being very frustrated.
All right.
Can Kobe do something?
Yeah, it is pretty close. You guys were in combat for a bit, so I'm giving them some time to catch up.
Combat was like, what, 3 rounds? 4
That was
rounds?
not
5.
3 rounds.
No, there was a lot. You guys like chased him. There was like 6 or 7 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have taken maybe like 3 minutes.
It's about a minute and a half. But all they've done so far is like talk to a mushroom and then walk through a room and stuff.
Fuck.
There's also a little time dilation, but we're almost to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I'm gonna look for anything over in this direction.
In fact, can I just say I'm terrified again?
That's totally acceptable. That's a good
As
answer.
much as I don't want to leave the thing behind, I don't have a way of touching it without hurting myself from what I can see. So
All right. What do you do with the kid?
I bring
Bring
him with me.
All right.
I'll take his hand.
What about Mulek?
Mulek
He's
is
down the he's down the
he's down the hatch.
I know, but you said you had to wait for everybody to get back to say what would happen. behind.
Yeah, no, I might honestly have to do a little bit with Mulek at the end of the session, but we'll see.
I'm terrified as fuck.
I
mean,
Start.
if there's any kind of intelligence or thing I could kind of check I can make to like have a clue about this, I would like to make it, but I'm not really sure what to do with that.
Yeah, with the Arcana thing that you already did, like you're very aware that this is some sort of magical lock, but you don't see any like clear signs of what else you might need to do to get through it.
You know, it's a magical lock. We know it's something that shamans can do. Do I recognize the depictions of the things in the mural?
You recognize them as Yuan-Ti, Snake Men, but you don't recognize any other like religious symbols or anything like that.
Well, it's pretty clear this part was built by the Yuan-Ti, so I can't touch that because I'm all scaled, and that thing had like a human body at the top, so that's probably why I can't touch it because I'm scaled. But I'm not sure beyond that. Some thin dude beating the shit out of like big muscly dudes. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm at a loss. What are the odds that I would piece together that, like, you know, the not colored tiles are safe?
That I will leave to player agency.
Okay.
If you think that is a player, your character thinks that.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt that. But as I go, I am going to gingerly just kind of, like,
Yeah,
with a dagger,
I think
just
I know.
kind of push the tiles just gently.
All right. So as you step through the door, like over to the left to get onto this tile, you hear a gong that rings through the entire temple, very, very loudly.
Well, so much for the little stealth we had left.
I
Did you say
step
she was-
over here.
Did you say she was pressing them down before she went on them?
Yeah, like as soon as she depresses it, it makes the gong.
I step back
Okay.
and I run into
You ran into what?
here,
All right.
and I shout, "Intruders, that way!"
All right.
Uh,
And you're pointing into the room.
Towards the tile room.
Okay.
I grab the kid and kind of like shove him back towards the mural with my.
Okay. All right. Cognate and Covey, I'm not even going to make you roll perception checks because that gong was loud as hell and you heard it very clearly. It seemed to resonate like throughout the entire temple, but it does sound vaguely like it's coming from behind you as opposed to ahead of you. Let's see. As
What do you
you,
mean by behind and ahead?
like from the direction you came from, like from this direction, yeah. So Elizabeth, when you tell them that, yeah, all three of them look at you and they run past you, and you see them run into this room, single file, and run straight across to the other side. One of them stops to look into the room where the secret door is open, and you hear no more gongs as they run through.
As soon as we hear the gong, can I pull the hyena into the room and close the door?
You,
Mine is dead.
yeah, you
Yeah,
absolutely
I don't
can.
want a fucking corpse there.
Oh, the
All right, so yeah, you pull the hyena body. Hi, Kitty, what you doing? He's chasing the cursor. Pull the hyena body into the room, and you close the door behind you.
And I'll just since I could kind of tell where things were coming from, I'm gonna listen at that door.
All right. As you listen for the next 20, 30 seconds, you hear lots of footsteps shuffling in the room, as well as lots of animal noises. They appear to be disturbed by something going on out there, but you can't tell exactly what. And then give me a perception check. You hear very, very large footprints approaching the door, or footsteps approaching the door.
stealth check. I'm just gonna go stealth. I want to see if I can surprise him. Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna burst out and start killing shit, as usual.
That's a fucking big ass buff lizard asshole. It's
I
probably
have
not gonna end well.
spells.
Yeah, you don't see him. You just hear heavy footsteps.
Yeah, well, if I can hear fucking heavy footsteps, I'm like, oh, fuck my life.
All right. While you guys are deciding what to do, Elizabeth and Eamon, what are you guys doing?
I was gonna say, can I say something? Let's go. Let's open the door on the other side and see if there's anything there.
Yeah, I think that would be a bad idea because then we'd have two groups of people likely trying to fuck our asses through our skulls.
The gong went through the entire place.
I follow the other lizard men.
All right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. As you walk through the room, you feel each and every one of the pressure plates depress, but there are no more gongs.
I think I figured out that puzzle, sadly.
You do notice that in the dark room, one of the lizard folk has stopped to like look around. He doesn't have dark vision, so you suspect it might take a while, but he like steps back through and he goes back, presumably to maybe get a torch or something. Actually, no, there's a closer one, so he grabs the torch off of this wall and then heads back into the room.
Hmm.
What's Eamon doing?
I want to try something real quick. Then I'll probably follow her. I want to. I tell the kid in his mind, touch the red thingy, and say this, and I'm telling him to say open and draconic.
Okay. He looks a little confused, but he does what you tell him. He places his hand on the orb, and it begins to glow again. And he repeats, to the best of his ability, the word in draconic, and nothing happens. It continues to glow, but the door doesn't open. You don't hear any unlocking mechanisms or anything.
Yeah. Okay. I have no fucking clue then. After.
All right.
I will bring the kid with me though, because we don't want to have a problem.
All right. So you bring the kid along with you, and you follow behind, and you get to about there. And I believe, if we are going to keep going, that is where initiative will happen. How are you guys feeling?
I feel like this is a big combat.
It probably is. We might want to save it.
No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna keep going and going and doing it.
But it's a nice cliffhanger.
No, it's not. Cliffhangers aren't a nice thing.
I'm
They're
just very worried
evil.
about Nama.
People who support cliffhangers also support Hitler.
Oh, really?
That's
Okay,
true.
let me calculate some XP, and we will pick this up next week.
Yeah, I think I hopefully we level up from this, and hopefully we'll have another set of things at our disposal for this big fight.
I was
That's
hoping
asking
that
for a lot
too,
of
but I don't think it'll happen.
Yeah, it's asking for like 3,000 XP, which is probably unlikely.
No, we've got only 1,000 left, 1,000-ish left to go.
No,
Yeah, we're at
No, you don't.
5,000, aren't we?
no, we're
No.
at 3,549.
I thought we were at 5,000 something.
No,
No, 3,500.
Why do I think we're at 5,000 something?
because you did a marijuana.
Anyways, I think I solved this room's puzzle, by the way. Does anybody want to see my guess at it?
I do. I desperately do. I can't react to it, but I want to see what you think it is.
You have to
Did you
be
see
next to the
that
blue.
little-
Yeah, I see the movement pattern. I promise not to react to it. I'd love to hear your reasoning,
You
though.
have to be next to the blue tiles. No, you don't have to be next to the blue tiles.
Shit. So it goes. What I'm thinking is it's white, green, brown, white, green, brown, white. Or wait, yeah, white, green, brown, white, green, brown, white, green, brown, white, green, brown, white, green,
I-
brown, white, green, brown, white, green, brown, white.
I hate to break it to you, but I got through there on 2 white spaces in a row.
I
And they
know.
ran straight across.
I know. I think I think the trap is
Yep.
the trap might be not auto resetting, so once it goes off, it needs to be reset by people. And 2, I think when they pulled the lever, they disarmed this
Side.
this small chunk of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would make
Since
sense.
it was a secret door. It would also explain how and my path also would lead you to here, which would be another way you could get there.
But why didn't the gong sound when the lizard people ran across it?
As I just said,
It doesn't
because
reset.
I think it doesn't auto reset, so once it goes off once, it needs to be manually reset before it'll work again. But yeah, in fact, the reasoning behind my thing was it's white, green, brown, 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 white, green, brown,
That's
white.
clearly blue.
Whatever it is. No, that's green. I know green
No, that's
and
blue.
blues.
It's a teal.
It's rusty teal. That's what it is. It's copper.
Yeah, and copper greens, not blues.
It's blue green.
Turquoise.
No, turquoise is most definitely a blue.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'm terrified.
Yeah,
I'm moist.
I'm going to like very briefly give you some whispers, but only with the knowledge that you're a good D&D player and you will keep things like in character and no
Razor
metagaming.
type.
Yeah, yeah.
razor tight
What?
here.
Yeah, no metagaming, no like sharing secrets, keep things pretty consistent.
Scared spider is terrified.
Well, I shall leave you guys to it then. See you next.
Alright, see you around.
Yeah.
I'm
See
gonna
you guys.
hack into your
Good game.
memes.
Good game.
I'm
Not a good
sorry
game
for
because he left
triggering the trap.
I'm 80% sure I solved that room puzzle. I mean, I can't be 100% because I didn't get a chance. I didn't get a stab at it, but
I'm very eager to see some more
I'm glad this is
experimentation.
on puzzles for this stuff.
I think I can't say
puzzles
anything.
that I won't get involved in, I would love to do that.
Yeah, I can't say anything. That's the hardest part of being a DM is not being able to say anything.
You can still be proud and or disappointed of us.
Alright, stream. I'm going to wrap it up here. I'll probably be back on in a bit. I'm going to play some games, take a break, but then I'll probably do some work later tonight. In Mulek, I'm going to shoot you some whispers to catch up on what's going on, and I will see y'all next week.
I should really remember
I'm
to be
so-
quiet. People are sleeping here.
I'm so glad that I just did not get horribly violated by that lady.